I don't know what you're talking about, Shreese. It's perfectly in place. Welcome to the channel. Is this your first time with us? Oh, while you're thinking about that, let's check in with the kitties here. We can see part of Sky, primarily his floofy tail, and then Ember in the top center up here. Then bottom left, we have Sherbet laying in the middle of the play area. Then bottom center, Mason is looking out of the window. That's 4 of 5. Sammy is laying off camera. She has taken to laying kind of up and right from the left camera there. Going to have to see if I can put something out that will lure her into a visible position. But yes, it is Phoenix Wright today. We have been doing some protracted streams of Danganronpa in Phoenix Wright lately, so there's a good chance this could go on for a while. We'll see how it plays out. So with all that said, we're going to get in there. Going to hit some buttons here. Button. Button. Yep. Think everything's in place? Yes. We are in case 3 of game 3. Trial day 2. We're going to see how this goes. This is the second murder trial for Maggie Bird. She is accused of killing effectively a random guy in the diner that she now works at. And the next witness that we should be talking to in the trial is a mobster that only looks vaguely like Phoenix Wright, primarily the hair, because he is super spray tanned otherwise and has a completely different speech pattern and is a little bigger. But apparently everybody thought he was Phoenix Wright. And he impersonated Phoenix to act as the lawyer of Maggie in the first trying of this case, since him doing so essentially convicted her of what he had done. So we're starting to unravel that now. Again, though, for those of you joining us for the first time, feel free to lurk. If you want to chat, feel free to chat. This is the kind of game where I'll be narrating a lot, but if you want to talk, I have plenty of opportunities to do so. But let's get into it. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know, but if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, all right? Can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. Kind of get wound up. No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna make a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints analyzed for you if you've got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But, Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True, without some kind of trump card to play out of the bag. Play out of the bag? I get trump card, which is the decisive card. But I'm sorry, to pull out of the bag. Okay. Okay. We're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour? You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Oop. If you're going back to the station anyway, could you find out whose prints are on this? This is the bottle of ear medicine that belonged to the actual victim. It was found in the kitchen where the murder took place. But it has unknown fingerprints on it. That's why we're all handling it. That's a small bottle I gave you back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solve the last mystery of who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me, too. I mean, they analyzed the stuff, but you'd think they could have lifted the prints off of it when he said they didn't have time initially. I thought they were, they would take that and they were doing it, but it was going to take a bit longer. Apparently they were like, oh, we don't have time, just leave it as is, I guess. Yeah, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. Maximum confidence from Gumshoe. Pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Mutter, 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 gavel. We'll now reconvene. Mr. Godot, did you find this Furio Tigre? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job, no problem. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites. Very well, show Mr. Tigre to the stand. He's so orange. Oh, they actually played the roar sound this time. Ha! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there, too. Would you mind what you say to me? Nothing? I didn't say nothing. Honest. I would have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge. I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who called me out into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. Your Honor? Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal. The judge is hiding under his desk now. That's it. We're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who was it that called me out in here? There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. What do you say? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in. Shadow really does have that noir story vibe to him. Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Incident? Oh, no, nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? Got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. Of course. Well, perhaps you could give us your testimony then. I kind of wish they had him, like, peeking over the edge. Switch kitties here. Mason wasn't terribly visible. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Huh. Phoenix Wright. You's the one who set this up, didn't you? Gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Phoenix is calling for his brown pants. Get a grip, Nick. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all of my time in my office. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. Maya is hiding under the desk, just like the judge is. Welcome, casemate. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Just so orange. At last, I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination. When the tiger here came out, he frightened Maya and the judge, and both of them were hiding under their desks. Like this. What is it? Please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting out like that. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Lowlife? Me? Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that don't relate to this case. The same way that Francisco wasn't, that the old man with the seeds wasn't. That the guy with the little birds that would try to peck your face wasn't. Remember, if you do it to the defense, it doesn't count. Really, if you do it to the judge, it doesn't count. It's only if the prosecution doesn't like it. I'm gonna bill you $50,000 and he's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. Don't think you ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute, that's really not... This witness is... How can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Hey there, Okami. We are having a good day so far. We have Ember here on camera right now. Socks on full display. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well. I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. He's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. Business. Legitimate business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. Entirely legitimate business. Court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of the witness testimony. Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Oh, we're going to be safe-scumming like crazy, folks. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Maya still hasn't come out from under the desk. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya? Was it, don't hide under the desk unless there's room for me down there, too? The tiger's alibi. I know nothing about no murder. Was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. I think all you have to do is press him on something irrelevant, and bam, $50,000. Get real, Maya. How about you pay back the money then? Your allowance should cover it. Hey, I'm no idiot, you know. Well, I'm certainly not going to be... I'm not the one who thought the $50,000 was free money. Hard to say. The further in you get, they tend to be a little longer. But, let's see. You joined us a little into this latest one. I suspect we're going to finish this case today. Actually, yeah, we hardly got into this one. The last time we played before you joined us, we had just finished up the prior case. It can take a bit. I would say, in general, a given case is longer than a corresponding one in Danganronpa. In general. Yeah, that's kind of a toss-up, really. Phoenix Wright tends to take longer to get all the data together. Anyway, I need to work this guy without pressing his testimony too hard. But his testimony is pretty solid as it is. I admit nothing jumps out to me as a contradiction, but I've got to find an opening somewhere, or I need to make one. I'm pretty sure the I don't know nothing about no murder is not going to help us. Tied up with business in December. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. See these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was. Seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. What the tiger did in all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder. So now what? We need to press harder on it. Mr. Tigre, what do you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail. This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules. Table slam. It's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day, too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Judge shouting out from beneath his desk. Mr. Godot, if you could please. Mr. Tigray, the court asked you to add that last statement to your testimony. Huh. Let the animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. He's in the office, never saw the kid before. Save. I think we can present the calendar here. Mr. Tigray, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Elg. But it appears that Mr. Elg knew you. What? Mr. Elg left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date? December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder. So, Mr. Tigray, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Elg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. He's so orange. Like maximum orange. Not bad. He's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. It's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. He's calling me a liar? Is that what you doing? I guess Scooby-Doo reference for some reason. So you're saying that your claim to have never seen the kid before is the truth? Said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth. Ha! Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigray. Oh yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness? You never actually met the victim. There's got to be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this guy. The victim, Glenn Elg. I ain't no liar. Never met Glenn Elg. There was some lame guy with that name, though, wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never been to that Très Bien joint. He's here. That last one we can challenge with the matchbook that we found in his office. It all seems perfectly logical. I'd arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Did I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I'm gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. The game was actually originally on some of the Game Boy systems, and it was really heavy pixel art. The transition on some of it, when they do the zoom outs, I feel like they missed an opportunity for better detail. It's kind of smudgy. But the actual character sprites that we get to see are really good. Phoenix Wright has one of the things that I think is a big marker for good versus bad visual novels is your characters need to be super expressive, and or your backgrounds need to be regularly swapped out. Because if I'm just staring at still frames, especially repeated still frames, while reading text, then it is not. Why is it a video game? Just give me a PDF if you're going to do that. But if it's really animated and we can see motion like this constantly, then it gives you at least a greater feeling of interactivity. Hey there, orcs! Welcome. Yep, yep. I think it's the same way with Danganronpa, Okami. The characters need to be interesting. The characters need to have some life to them. Again, if you're just going to have little paper cutouts that are going to stand still the entire time, like your classic RPG Maker style game where when somebody's talking, it shows their paper doll sitting there motionless. Um, why bother? Get some different expressions, get something in there because if you're going to show something visually, then make use of it. So I've talked to folks. It's even just PNG tubing, and that's not where I started, but where I transitioned to, before this. Um, Even PNG tubing, just the little bit of animation you do when you do like an audio over or something, like the little talking animation and the bob up and down kind of stuff, can make a big difference. It's a little bit of visual attention. Sure, but just bounced off my headrest there. so it's a big difference. That bill's going straight to you, right? How you doing today, orcs? The victim. Let's get our save lined up here. One of the regulars in the channel, Tacitus, recommended that I look into vtubing. If you look at some of my older videos on my YouTube channel, seamless plug again, case mate. You can see the chunky kind of CRT monitor looking catbot incarnation. This being the nanotype. The catbot creature was actually modeled after some teeny little sprite creatures that I used in a Noida mod. I think we can use the matchbook. Is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? We found them at your office at Tenderlander. They're from that restaurant. What? If you've really never been to Très Bien before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? He's been snooping around in my stuff now, wise guy. Oh, thank you again, Sky. I appreciate it. What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Oh, he's classy. Though I guess he lines up with the fact that the chief of detectives is that way too. Cavill, well, witness? It's time you started telling us the truth, don't you? Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me. Pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. What? But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well, well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. Godot reminds me how. So there's a prior character, and he's one that you'll see in a lot of Phoenix Wright memes. He's got like silver hair, and he wears like a almost like it's a mauve suit, almost a burgundy, but with like ruffles, like a little ruffled thing on the neck. Much more formal looking, and tends to be a little sharper and smugger looking than Phoenix. That is Miles Edgeworth, the original kind of opponent of Phoenix Wright. And there are a couple of cases towards the end of your initial interactions with him where he seems to as much be trying to get to help you draw out the truth of the circumstance while still acting as an antagonist. Like he's sort of baiting you to get to the right place while still doing all of the prosecutorial, like, oh, I have additional evidence, what do you think of that? Godot does the same thing, but um it's just as much like he's testing Phoenix, like he's goading him, like, prove yourself, idiot. This close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elg that day, and he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon, so he has flagrantly lied to the court multiple times already. No consequences. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. Heard the cop's sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. So he's claiming he showed up after it happened. I see, you didn't actually meet him in the end, then. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. Hold it. If I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ah, no problem. Anytime Tripe presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Godot, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. The Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know, since yous payin'. Oh, man. Doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Let's check our evidence real quick here. We need some indication that that he arrived beforehand. I think we're good again. So I think we can press on this one to try to find out when he opened the door. dead. Figured the place was going to be hot, so I split. I heard the sirens on my way out. I went straight back to my office. So this whole series of events puts him well after. It puts him at like 240 that he showed up. What do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. I'm right back at him with a contradiction. We're going to try straight back to the office and then open door if that doesn't work. Went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you? What are you trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty of nothing? Yeah, we all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this. The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it? Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another irrelevant line of questioning. Hey, not that one. Not that one. An ugly scene? What do you mean? The witness has already told us, right? Which makes that question irrelevant. But I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during the trial. That's the rule. Better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Trite. Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. Ashen. I don't get why. Now, don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright. Okay, neither of those guesses was correct, so. Thinky thinky. Mean you saw Glenn Elg's dead body? I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. And what time was this? Okay. I don't know. Sure. I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. Gonna pollute my paws with some tickin' henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigray, what winds you up the second most? Huh? What do you think? Square watches. Is this guy for real? Look, all I needed to know was that something bad was going down in that place. Okay, that one wasn't irrelevant, but it didn't get us anywhere. So you didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then? The tiger is a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. Ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation. So, when exactly did you pick up the matches? There are matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Okay, let's check this one. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tenderlender at all then? The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. Always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen in there, if there are any issues. Maybe it's just because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. So that's why you decided to meet at Trabian? Ha! Going over old ground again, Trite. Sorry. Hey. Hopefully we don't need to go over all of those points to actually get it to reveal something, but let's look here. So he claims he doesn't know when he arrived. Wait. This is a problem. He said he never saw it. Open the door, I saw an ugly scene. I think we can use the floor plan here. Because... we take a look at this. This is the front door up here. Then there's the counter, and then one of those big partitions here. If he didn't set foot in the restaurant, if he just opened the door, he would not have seen the scene. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. I'm something of a lie-detecting pro. And no one escapes the phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. Say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre? From there, your field of vision would have covered an area like this. Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. He's going to sweat his tan right off at this rate. Then his suit will get even more orange. From the entrance of Très Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him. Objection. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elg, but a fake. What? Remember? That actually happened yesterday? Like, for us, it happened yesterday? The sort of chase sequences where it goes back and forth. Especially when you get the zoom in and, like, the little whirling background behind them. In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed, and acted out the charade. Ooh. Hadn't thought about that. That he would do the fake act afterwards. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. That will do. This trial has gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? You say the killer murdered Glenn Elg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of the criminal to the court. It's gotta be the tiger, right? Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. No one else could have done it. What? Well, witness? Growly laughter. Now that's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you just don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dares you to say it again. Come on. You got the guts. You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. He did it, not me. Ah, Phoenix is hiding too. Mr. Wright? Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You's got the guts, You's got guts, I'll give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Godot, save us, please. Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. No question about it, she very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Very conspicuously. You almost expect some exaggerated pantomime where she takes the vial out, holds it wide of her body, shakes it above her head, swings it back around, and, exaggerated salt shaker some powder into it, holds up the cup, shakes it, puts it back down. Look what I'm doing! Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Climbs up behind the desk. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. I kind of expect Phoenix came running back into the room or something. Found your pen at last, right? The judge's commentary that he was looking for his pen and not hiding. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright? I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Miss Beard, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Gavel. Who on earth was it? Who was the waitress? Viola Cadaverini. Because we keep seeing her in the still frames of the supposed event. Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She is an employee of the tender lender. He's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home. You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. Only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness, what have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? He's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now. But I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? He's got it all wrapped up nice, all right? He's missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid, too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you hear? What? You really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ah! What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? Looks like we're gonna need another one for the road. One more steaming hot cup of hot testimony. I'm looking forward to finding out who Godot is supposed to be. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. We'll give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trebien between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned Eld cash. About $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won. $500,000. He got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she done, everything would have been over. Now, I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you got the VIG to make into it. You've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know. I don't get the VIG term, but probably loan lingo. That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive? He has to have one. But what is it? Loaned him $100,000. Have a little chat. It had hit his big pay. Yeah. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to continue with this. Be right back, folks. Getting situated, folks. All right, let's see. Well, very briefly, oh, well, Mason passing by the bed. Gotta check on the kitties. You ever see the full character model here, Okami? I don't know if I showed that to you. There we go. It's often used, but it is the power plug style tail. Hey there, Wendy. I think Wendy? Perhaps Yulia. That part I can see. So when I was approaching the artist for this, I had thought up an idea. First artist I approached kind of ghosted me after the initial questioning. But for the subsequent one, I sat down and really thought out what I wanted. The only thing let's see, the mechanical ears, the lab coat, and the presence of the core, the little beating heart dealy. Well, the presence of a core with the window to it, and the kind of cracked plates, and the color of the wiring, that kind of thing. Those were specified. And let's see if I can show you folks this. Since we're doing this. See the little paw pads on the fingers? That was a specified aspect. The original design did not have the shorts. The original design was just the little the little Speedo looking bit there. I wanted to make sure that it did not look inappropriate. So it's little false shorts almost, a little extra armor plate. The tail is specified. The chunky boots were specified. One of the details I love is if you look, the chest cavity is hollow. You can see the kind of the spine and the rib walls there. with the wiring running down them. But I love what the artist did. Really, anybody looking into like if they're going to invest substantially in a VTuber model, and they're not already an artist themselves or know an artist themselves, I would really recommend the group, let alone the artist that I worked with, because they came up with so much of this stuff. There was so little that I needed to call out when I got this design. It was pretty much just the shorts. Like even down to you can see the little blue and pink wiring. Yes, I was just thrilled when they showed it to me, Okami. A great deal of this character is a reference to that Noida mod that I used to play. The idea of the power core, the color of the liquid flowing through the pipes, all of that is reference. The fact that the angry eyes are that color of purple. Well, thank you. I'm glad it works. Alright. Of course, we can continue talking about this. We're going to keep the game rolling as well. We got a little ember belly visible, just a bit, so we're gonna have to show that. Kid hit his payback date. Tells me he's got no way to pay. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. I wonder if we can press here, because the CD and the paper are two things. How much did he have left on his debt? You want round figures? About $100,000. That's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. What, he's telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee? He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elg. I do prefer cats. I recall, well, there have been dogs before, but I do prefer cats. Cats have become one of my things, you know? That guy was smooth, I tell you, real smooth. You'll have your money in less than 5 minutes, that's what he says to me. The guy then calls me Tender Tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. So we know that the guy had a second option. Because we know the sports paper Like, I'm not going to give you $500,000. I'll give you MC Bomber instead. I think that's what this says. Is, I'm not going to give you the money that I just won. I'll give you the if I give you this, you'll clear the debt. The waitress, you mean? You mean the girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Maybe I should push a little on this. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before the waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony. Critical testimony. Stretch my wrists a little bit. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said. Tiger's motive, huh? It was after the $100,000. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. It's either going to be the sports paper or the medical documents. Let's try the medical papers first. Hey, it worked. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it? Huh? About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery. Where did you get all this info? In the medical papers that you accosted us in the restaurant and tried to take from us and burn, and were only prevented from doing so by the detective. That's where we got those things. Why are you surprised? I guess maybe he's trying to lie, trying to bluff. Just seems kind of sophisticated for him. You'd think he would try to shout us down. Where did you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full. $1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue these HMOs. Ooh, topical commentary. So it's really the insurance companies that are ultimately to blame. No one would pay a bill like that. The medical association got wind of it. The hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. No, it wouldn't. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Little tiger roar thing is less of a freak out, more of it's also used for his expression of anger. Ethel, you say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. War. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire $1 million. The $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elg's life to pay your debt. Gavel, what do you say to that, witness?
Objection!
It's a nice little fairy tale, Trite, but even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Elg's murder. Mr. Elg only owed $100,000 and had no hope of repaying it anyway. Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit. I don't think so. In fact, the opposite is true. The opposite? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But, in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? You know where you're going with this, Nick? You've got to think outside the box, Maya. Outside the box? This is a recurrent kind of phrasing in Phoenix Wright, is think outside the box, or flip it around. It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 at all. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? First, I'd like to save, and then I'll share. Totally. What exactly was Mr. Tigre after? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite? He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber. Computer virus? What does one of those do? This still does remind me of those sequences in like a like your CSI style drama where they're trying to sound like something is technically sophisticated, and they explain it in a way that is, and they use it in a way that sounds like it could possibly be accurate, but is seriously glossing over critical parts of the equation. Computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is an important point. Very accurate description of it not being an accurate description. Like, a lot of computer viruses now are not about, like, directly attacking the system. You still can have those, but you generally don't get the old, like, formats and blows out your hard drive stuff anymore. Generally, you're getting things now that, effectively like capture or subvert the system. You know, turn it into a bot, make it do things, encrypt the hard drive, allow remote access, that kind of stuff. Less overt things, but no less damaging to the owner. virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1,000,000 on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you couldn't have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. Yep. Yep, skimmers and the like. Well, surely it was a nice parking cone there, Sanity. I mean, Tigre here is orange enough. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on the CD. But in any event, Sanity, welcome to the channel. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. I'm Newt Mechanist. I'm largely a variety streamer, though lately it's detective games top to bottom. Dust cam is flaking out. But a good an opportunity as any to call out. I have many cats. They stay on camera as often as possible. We can currently see 3 of them. Briefly, there was a 4th one visible. Oh, there she is, top center. One of these times I'll figure out what's going wrong with that desk camera. Camera 1's been flaking out lately. But top center we have Ember. Top left we have Sky. Left center we have Sherbet. And then bottom middle you can see Mason looking out the window. Many kitties. We're playing Phoenix Wright today. The classic legal detective game. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. A lot of these games are very narrative, so if you do want to chat about something, just let me know. We have plenty of time to do that. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elg and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Elg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. Witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kuda. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Silence! Roar. He's put on a good show, Spiky. Huh? If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid? Created a witness and framed someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. I agree. You do. Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? He posed as Phoenix Wright. Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Tigray performed? Button. Button. What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone would be fooled by such a childish imitation, said the judge, who was fooled by such a childish imitation. The guy on stand, using this very legitimate-looking attorney's badge and a blue suit, posed as Phoenix Wright. And everybody was like, yep, that makes sense. Because this guy looks like Tigray. Definitely looks like Tigray. He didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A moment ago, in this very court, you posed as me. Because dead ringer for Phoenix. Dead ringer. I believe the excuse was he had he had been vacationing in Hawaii. He got very tan and very blinged out. And apparently got an eye wound. But otherwise, absolutely identical. Same person. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Pause. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing in here, this very court, a mere month ago. He finally catches on. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I'd ever seen. Grr.
Objection.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? He said to the judge. Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? You know pride, sir? This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court we deal with people's lives. Eh. Mr. Godot is right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. No. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. So there is some critical evidence we're able to supply, or somebody will pop out of the woodworks and flip the table here. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigray are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn Elg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. Is Gumshoe gonna bust in the door with the fingerprints on the vial now? Ah. Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that? All we managed to do was chase him around a bit. It was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ah. Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I had just one more piece of evidence. If you watch when he does the roar, you don't get many frames to see it, but his whole facial structure changes a bit. They do try to fully evoke the tiger image when he's doing that. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. Gavel. Witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigray. Mutter, 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 mutter. Yep. Wait for it. Gumshoe Ex Machina. Wait. Right here, this is a special still frame. Like, throughout the case, they have special purpose-oriented still frames that do get repeated use, but only in that case and not out of their context. We tried a visual novel on the stream a bit ago, and one of the problems was they didn't even use the character paper dolls all the time. There would often just be the same still frame of some forest for like 10 plus pages of dialogue. I like how it's in this classic pattern of bag. You see this same pattern when it's like a stereotyped Japanese burglar with a little bandana tied under their nose. They'll have a giant bag with this pattern on it. Detective Gumshoe. Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is it, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. What? Rabble, rabble, rabble. Defendant lobby number 1. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so? Do you know who the prints belong to now? You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us, they're the tigers, right? I knew it. You bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigray's paw prints, all right. That's great. You've got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elg's coffee. He already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This was our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me? Sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait. He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? Wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. There's a distinct possibility that we'll have a twist or a secondary event. So we have the person that's been accused. It's not always certain that it will play out exactly that way. There's actually a trial, and it's a bit spoilery for one of the earlier ones. But there actually is a trial where you end up having to essentially turn on your own client. Very carefully. Yes. Phoenix Wright skews more towards crazy soap opera drama than it does the kind of layered murder mystery that Danganronpa tries to do. Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally, we can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but Hugh's lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. Really backed into a corner here, but maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting longer, Mr. Wright. Present the final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victim's... You're on. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But, Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway? A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains potassium cyanide. This is not a bluff at this point. This is a lie. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You'd make a good clown, you know that? What? He ain't never gonna get this to stick. He's just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it. No, this is the bottle we found traces of poison in. Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. Don't look nothing like it. Oops. Silence. Come on, Phoenix. Slow clap. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide was in. These ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Let that cozy-looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Very much, casemate. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? You do realize what you just said. What I said? What did I just say? You were summoned to the court for the first time earlier today. You really had nothing to do with the murder. You shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. I think slipped up is the tamest way you can say what that guy just did. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You just don't know who he's messing with. I'm the Tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped-up suit get the better of me? Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer is all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Pretty much, casemate. The extra long pause for effect that they did before somebody finally told him, like, did you really just say that? I guess that was his full freakout. What's going on? Looks like a blackout. Well done, Trite. I do like how for this one they have implemented Phoenix googly eyes look. Initially just for when Godot splashes him with coffee. Save my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Okay, speaking of. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. It's like he's gone catatonic mid-roar. Mr. Wright, you caught a tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Nice. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigray, Mr. Godot? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elgiron. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence, I like how they're glossing over the fact that the entire legal system was fooled by a cardboard disc with crude pen markings and gold paint on. Like, everybody's like, yep, that's legit, that's the only ID we need. And in the absence of genuine evidence, but the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal. I've been told that I should watch that. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. The Court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. Confetti. Could be a fun watch. Could be a fun watch. We'll see if I can find time to sit down and watch it. That is all. This court is adjourned. Now we get the wrap up to the trial. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. It was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. Pause. Pause. I knew you were innocent all along. Pause. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Huh? Oh, well, I was... He goes running for it again. He just ran off. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Search for the Holy Grail is such a fun film. I mean, they're not all winners, but the Monty Python crew has a lot of good, especially a lot of good sketches, you know? Detective Gumshoe is just running around in circles. Yeah. Bird is being needlessly vindictive towards Gumshoe here. Like, he was very clearly presenting the evidence as required by the prosecution. You know, his job. Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can you put in a good word for him, Nick? Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts. I don't feel like I should need to explain this to an ex-police officer. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Meh. Got to prove to her Gumshoe really cares about her. I know, I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. At the end of each case, usually you have a piece of evidence you can show the defendant or somebody related to the trial. You can show them something that will give you, like, the happiest ending. Look, weenies. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe? I actually really like weenies, you know? Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know? Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Is it okay if I eat this now? The tray looks a lot bigger in the actual evidence list. Given the size of those little weenies, you would expect that it would be a bit wider. Oh, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. I mean, it's simple. Like, it'd be hard to mess up rice and weenies. False allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. Hey there, Lunar. What are you talking about, Lunar? They're always, like, factually accurate and consistent. Oh, Turnabout Beginnings. Edgeworth again. This is the person I was mentioning before, Miles Edgeworth. The much fancier prosecutor version of Phoenix Wright. Would you like to save? Yes, I would. Episode 4, Part 1-1. How you doing today, Lunar? Let her go. Got a bit of the facial structure to that. I can see that. Shut up. Come closer. And I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang. Well, if that person wasn't lucky, they're very dead. I mean, not being immolated is a good bar to set in being okay. Fugitive data. Harry Fallis, charged with kidnapping and murder, sentenced death penalty. Fugitive movements. After escaping, Fallis met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. It was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fay's first trial. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. I'm so nervous. Well, we're circling back around to Mia, Phoenix's mentor. Mia is also the lady that possessed Maya in order to cloud the mind of Victor with her wiles. And well-fitted maid's uniform. Never should have accepted this case. Ugh. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I thought the implication during Phoenix's trial, the trial of Phoenix Wright, where Mia was the defense lawyer, there was an implication that a trial before that Mia had bungled or had failed. So is this that trial? Maybe it was a different one, but I thought it was like the one, like her first one or something like that. I didn't do nothing. I swear. I didn't kill nobody. Terry Fowles, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape, anyway? I'm sorry. Nom 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 nom. This man looks stable. I feel like he's going to do really well in front of a jury. This really says, somebody who should be released back into the public. Yep. He has one very durable large tooth. Either that or his leg restraint is made of chocolate. I mean, I guess that's reasonable. He's on death row. Maybe giant chocolate ball was his requested last meal. Give him a little snack in his final appeal before they off him. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. Never. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But, Mr. Faust, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry. I told a little lie. Aw, puppy eyes. Oh, boy. Anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? Nom 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 nom. I'm really, really sorry. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. Swear it, I didn't kill her. I would never do that. Could never do that. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Fowles did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Pause. Yeah, I did. He's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha! Ah! Pre-face mask Godot. Absolutely pre-face mask Godot. He's got a little bit of a sneer, a little bit of a smirk there. Maybe that's why he wears a visor, casemate, to protect the world from his sexy face. That's the red glow coming from behind it. He's only gotten better with age. You're not going to figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. I mean, it's unclear what the visor is, Lunar. It clearly has some sort of, like, mechanical or electrical component. Now, it might just be it lights up. We did see that in the last trial, that it lights up in the dark. So maybe the electrical component is purely a, like, illumination mechanism. But when he is, like, on the back foot, his animation is that the visor is, like, smoking. But maybe we'll see why he needs a visor in this trial. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big, scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Ah, but he's also sleazy. That old man is probably still in bed, talking about Grossberg. But he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. See, I told you, Phoenix Wright generally has more of a crazy soap opera vibe to it, just like that name. Though I could also see him saying that Mia killed his father and she must prepare to die. I didn't say. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No, no, no. You've got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for your first client. Yeah, thanks. Sure wish I could get out of it, though. Ah, relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Ah, she's going to face off with Edgeworth. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to you head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's time to go. He has a sleazy edge to him right now, as opposed to Godot, who has a melodramatic edge to him. Solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. That's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Courtroom number 4. Hey there, Ethan. You're not late. We're just a couple hours in. Ah, the judge for the trial is the judge from the adjacent courtroom. We first saw this guy in the trial of Ron Delight as Mask to Mask. And in the adjacent courtroom, Luke Atme, who had confessed to being Mask to Mask, was about to be convicted, with the idea that by confessing to being the thief, he would not be able to be charged with the murder that Ron was now being tried with, but that Luke did. And in that adjacent courtroom, we interrupted a trial in which this judge was presiding. The defense is ready, Your Honor. This is younger Mia. And this is younger Edgeworth. If I recall, Edgeworth was tutored under Manfred von Karma, who is like, up until recently, was considered like he was an undefeated and very cutthroat prosecutor. vicious and with a very deep voice. And he dressed like this, the very old school, like, law outfit here. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers? Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. You're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. Which is, incredibly impressive. Unless he managed to get a really early start, if he went into, studies at 18, he got his law degree in 2 years. And was appointed a prosecutor in about that same time. Guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Yeah, she's got to lose this. If I recall, Edgeworth is undefeated until Phoenix defeats him early on in the trilogy. Young people running a trial. I'm not sure how to feel about that. So he's got the same bushy beard. He doesn't have the mustache portion. And I don't think the sideburns and whatever's going on top of his head is doing him any favors. Not sideburns, but the part to the side, It's what hair is left is only calling attention to what hair is missing. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Fowles was responsible for her death. You got it, kitten. Stop calling her kitten. His co-worker. His co-worker. You're an older dude. It's not a good look. Oh then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Fowles, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. There was no decisive evidence, but we still felt that we were able to give him the death penalty for it. Correct, but in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. And young Edgeworth is, if anything, smugger than older Edgeworth. A witness's testimony. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Fowles at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Fowles throw his young victim into the river. The idea that he was convicted almost entirely on eyewitness testimony is not actually shocking, but disappointing. Well, based on our understanding nowadays. Exactly, casemate. Though, it's not like that's unprecedented in the real-world legal system. Yeah, they done it. I saw them. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Yep, that would be that. That's what you'd want to have happen, casemate. Even more so now, given that study after study after study has shown that witnesses, their testimony is unreliable, like within an hour after the event, let alone manipulable. Bodies that fallen are never recovered, so Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha, I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. With only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Very unbiased assertion, Judge. It does not seem as if your understanding of the case is colored in any way. You are definitely impartial. Aha. The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. There's supposed to be a trial. Aren't you a judge? At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome. The judge is a walking mistrial case, mate. Watch yourself, Miss Fay. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. You're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. And that's me. I used to wear a tan coat. Detective Gumshoe looks more like a PI now instead of a police detective. Yeah, young Edgeworth does look a lot more like Levi, though his eyes need to be about 10 times more sunken looking. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. If you folks weren't aware, his name is Dick Gumshoe, and he's a detective. So he is detective. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? Well, he overheard Armando there going full sexual harassment on her, and he figured, well, clearly it's okay. No, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be a professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Another running gag is Edgeworth saying stuff that says he's going to recommend that Gumshoe get his pay docked or something like that. And as the trials go on, Gumshoe increasingly implies that he is dirt poor, like can't afford ramen noodles poor. I think explicitly at one point he talks about how he can't afford instant ramen noodles. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir, I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under here is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. 40 feet above Eagle River. Wonder if that's the same bridge that we saw that somebody fell from. Because yeah, a headfirst fall from that into a rapid current, not pleasant. I mean, maybe the water was really, 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 really deep there. And they had a very springy spine. Was the victim's blood found in the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found in the bridge. Very absorbent coat. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor. If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth. Not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some they try to imply, at least in the dub, that this guy is a bit Canadian. They use things like A and Hosier here. It's Hosier. Yellow-haired judge does seem to be a, somewhat competent, doesn't he, casemate? Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake, and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me, and get ready. Is he implying that he drank tea back then? My assumption that coffee somehow powers his visor becomes stronger. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to the Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Fowles. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Fowles was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. You keep trembling like that, you're going to make me spill my coffee. No, it's coffee. Okay. Maybe this is the beginning of the addiction. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, all right? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Ha, you got me there. Maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. She seems as well prepared as Phoenix normally does. If not more so. Like, she actually prepared. This unknown person. You have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Fowles. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Fowles. A note? Yeah, a top-secret memo that she left in her desk. This is one of the indicators of how prosecution in this world operates, how the trial operates, is they said unknown person. Like, they presented it as if that was truth, that nobody knew who this person was. And then when pressed on it, they're like, oh yeah, no, we knew who it was. We knew precisely who it was all along. Here's the evidence that shows we did. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Fowles. It's a bright idea, was it, to keep that note from me? Huh, looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. That detective's fault. He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. Just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to. This is an indication of how Edgeworth operated at the beginning. We see that out of Edgeworth, Von Karma, and Franziska Von Karma. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Mia, I can read your mind, and I disapprove. A bridge up in the mountains, but why meet there? Because it is a very important place to the defendant, that's why. What do you mean by that? You remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto the bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. The very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Fowles. Ha! Returning to the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. And that's where she was brutally murdered. Was the body of the victim recovered right away? Yeah, we were really on the ball. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, don't move. We've got you surrounded. Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? Location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? Huh. If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed. She never mentioned a phone call from Mr. Fowles, but she left a note on her desk about it. If only I had noticed it earlier, maybe she'd still be alive. Fowles, 4:30 p.m. at that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Interesting. I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Mr. Fowles had a car, then. Oh, the bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. Not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, all of the that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Oh, that doesn't look too comfortable. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. Ha! For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from the photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? This photo of the trunk. Here's a photo of the trunk. I don't see anything strange, do you? Anyway. Arrested at the police checkpoint. That certainly is some impressive police work. Well, no, actually it was way too close for comfort. We set up that checkpoint just after 5. We figured that Mr. Fowles might just try to run. What do you mean it was too close for comfort? The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30, and it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint. It was kind of close. Any later and Mr. Fowles would have slipped right through. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly and it'll leave more than just a flesh wound. Fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you'd better get some more information. If you're going to get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. Always look for contradictions after. The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those. Or in 5. Meet at 4:30. It's hard to measure much, but at least we can say that the gap in the bridge is about 5 yards across. So, effectively, really far. That bridge and wear a white scarf. She wasn't wearing a white scarf, it would seem. bridge. This is a very important place. And that's where he killed his hostage. Go. Witness. Pause. What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus the special request. I have one very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for is this one. Is it this one, perchance? Ah. Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. Not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. Looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? I would like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. We're going to take a quick pause here, folks. Going to get up and move around a little bit. We will be right back. we're getting settled back in. Sherbet's like, oh, the camera turned on. I'm getting out of here. Back we go. Sherbet has a really good grasp of when the camera's looking at him. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, zoom in here. Lens is a bit foggy from when Sky has rubbed his nose on it. Something real quick here. That is Ember. Little sweetheart. She periodically needs to come over and crawl all over you to get attention. The prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Fowles did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. So this judge, instead of being kind of blithe and manipulable, is very quick to jump to conclusions. Like, swift jumps to conclusions. Don't forget, Kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. Are they saying that there was like a camera monitoring station with a zoom lens aimed at this precise place on the bridge and it just happened to go off at the time, or the person was just spinning in a circle with a zoom lens and happened to to press the button when it passed this point? Saying is that this particular kind of shot accidentally is sus. Especially when we look at this. The victim was supposed to have their back to this portion. So they would have had to be like here to get that kind of shot. Maybe over here. This big wall here would make it so that over on this side it would be implausible. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. I mean... Huh. Must have been when the scarf fell off. is that's going to be interesting to figure out given the position of the victim during that. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that the bridge is very high up. It's about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. Ah, potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Wow, this guy is so competent. Why aren't our trials under him? Why don't we have all these super important murder trials over in his court? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. Not sure how I feel about that. As you can see, I mean, given the weird time period that this seems to be set in, you know, very particular slice of time. This is probably like film camera, maybe early digital with a printout. So if they're just admitting the photo into evidence, it's not like they're looking at a potential digitally manipulated kind of thing, you know? So I guess that checks out. The person who is at the scene but really doesn't want to be involved in the case is still suspicious as all get out. Oh yeah, I was totally there, took a picture, but yeah, I had nothing to do with it. Goodbye. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Hmm. Aha, the truth is becoming clear to me now. That derpy eye expression that he's got. It's like when he has an idea, all other thought stops in his brain. Huh? Gavel. Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. I mean, he acts like he's competent until he pulls this kind of stuff. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. Hmm? What do you mean, hmm? Eyewitness. Who is this eyewitness? She's a college student. Female college student? Why did you say it that way, Mia? Like... Why did you feel the need to specify? Like, you could have just answered, a college student, question mark. But putting the female qualifier in there creates more of an emphasis on that word. Like, a female college student. That's right, meaning she's female and a college student. She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I came to testify for her. Maybe so, but as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her. For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all. What is that supposed to mean? The prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rely on the vague testimony of a... Again! Why the specificity? Is this going to be another Mr. Armstrong problem? Email? It's getting weird. You absolutely must hear her testimony. You'll have to give us a good reason why. Tell us more about the more decisive evidence in question. Okay, are you going to ask the question about accidentally? is wearing a scarf in that photo. It's about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains? She was taking photos of wildflowers, apparently. It feels terribly important to call that witness, doesn't it, casemate? But like they've established before, it seems to be entirely up to the prosecution to call a witness. Like, the defense says we'd like them to be called, and then the prosecution seems to be the one that'll allow it, or the judge has to be the one to allow it. The prosecution can supply all the witnesses they want. It's right there, the prosecution's just saying, nope, we're not calling them in. There are many unusual types of flora on that mountain, Miss Faye. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there. Spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo. This cloudy fog-like thing. Is it a ghost? I don't believe it. No, Your Honor, I don't think it's a ghost. It's drizzling that day. It's a little hard to see what's going on. Yeah, she's gonna have something that's odd about her, casemate. Something about, it is very likely that if Edgeworth isn't calling her, that either she's going to be something that can additionally stomp on the defense that he's holding in reserve so he can look good, or it will be bad for his case for her to show up and talk. Both of those things are equally likely under the Von Karma style of prosecution. Drizzling, huh? That's right, there was a light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. But not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Am I right, folks? Pause for applause. No applause were forthcoming. It's like a cold front just moved in. Oh man, tough crowd, eh, Gumshoe? In any case, the point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something. Criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Of course it is. They said they weren't relying on her testimony. That's testimony. Those are words that came out of her mouth that are being admitted into court as evidence. That seems like testimony. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal. I mean, I guess he means brutal. But he said it kind of like poodle. Is a brutal like a death metal poodle? Like, you do its hair all up in spikes? Dye it black? Maybe some silver jewelry? Little white face makeup on it. Kind of a skull look. Brutal. I mean, a poodle's fur would be conducive to dreadlocks. Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or you were the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? His mind-boggling tales and the way he said brutal. Wonder if he's Canadian. They're trying really hard to imply it, Mia. They're trying. He's just gonna start saying hockey, 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 poutine any minute now. Ah, save your nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Hey, watch where you spill your coffee. Court record, huh? She should be all wet, shouldn't she? There's plenty of room. I mean, stuffed in the trunk feels inaccurate, doesn't it, casemate? Plenty of room to, like, curl up into a ball in there. I mean, you couldn't stretch out. It might be a little cramped after a while. Maybe, like, a quick little nap. You know, you throw like, a nice comforter in there, maybe a pillow. Feel really good on the stab wound, I suppose. In other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh? That's what the witness said. Well, it looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, ma'am. The area was wet from the rain. The bridge was probably wet, too. Could explain why the scarf is all covered in mud, but... something about the testimony that's still bothering me. Talk about a surprise, I had no idea there was a photo. So what do I do? You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean? Of course I do. The little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer is obvious. If what you believe is the truth, then that means that somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. Shoved her down. It was wet. Are they saying that it's that it is that she doesn't look soaked in the trunk?
Objection!
Seems like that's the case. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a general soggy atmosphere. Like... well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Gavel, well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What about this doesn't fit? Ah. Well, the coat was very thick, so maybe that would be absorbent, but maybe her hair? Naturally, the answer is right around here, I think. Incorrect. She'd use a trunk herself, one that she could hide all her bitter memories from this trial in, that is. Ah, you truly are a genius. Genius of sarcasm and wordplay. Oops. This is why we save constantly, because that kind of nonsense happens all the time. Oops. Nope, 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 nope. Get back to where we were. Maybe her coat? Naturally, the answer is right here. There is no I think that time. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange, that there's nothing strange. It's very strange that there's nothing strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. The victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge. Ah, welcome to the channel, Rendo. We're playing Phoenix Wright. We are seeing photos and whatnot from the murder trial. Welcome to the channel. This your first time swinging through? I see it as your first time chatting. And the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. Gasp! That's exactly right! The other day I fell on the muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. His playoff beard. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street. Your glorious hockey beard Told ya. They were gonna mention hockey. Next on the bingo card is poutine. Let's find out. Glorious hockey beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet but not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? Probably. But we're gonna save to be sure. I think it's the scarf. Surface of the bridge, huh? A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. It's the evidence that proves it was muddy. The muddy scarf. The evidence is this scarf. Ah. Should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, that means that the bridge is obviously covered in mud. See, Sky, that was your opportunity to see him look like Levi there. We may get a longer shot of that expression. But one of Edgeworth's I am pissed off by this answer poses has the look that you're looking for. Oh wow. I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Nice, Edgeworth. Hey, same to you, buddy. I know, right, Revy? At least Edgeworth becomes more couth with age. This phase assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice. You're doing pretty well for a little kitten. Stop it, Armando. Mia is surrounded by people being kinda skeezy. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence is one of those three. You said just now, I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over there that said it. The court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. And yes, the false evidence in this case is the witness's testimony, I bet. Because the photo, at least seems plausible. It's a thing. The same with the picture of the trunk. Neither of those are contradictory of each other. But the witness's testimony says that the victim was pushed down onto the muddy bridge, which causes a contradiction of the trunk. The no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back, which I still think is wonky given the bridge that they were on and where the victim was. The defendant would have had to run around behind the defendant or the victim, and it's not like the defendant or the victim could have turned and run from the defendant because their back was to a 5-yard gap. I mean, I would have liked to see it. The defendant was carrying one of those big leg iron weighted metal ball things. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. Flick. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the truth. There was a truly decisive witness in this case. I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Gavel, gavel. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. Fine. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Unless nobody mentioned it, and then we wouldn't. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. He very much is, casemate. This is the... At least 3 of the major antagonist lawyers act this way. Where it is, they withhold evidence until effectively they can use it to kind of shut you down and make you look bad. Like, one of the classic ones was updated autopsy reports. Like, you would be given the out-of-date one, and when you used something in the out-of-date one, they would pull out the updated one that had a piece of information that shut down your line of questioning. As in, they intentionally withheld the update from you and baited you down the road that would make you look bad. It would be like, oh, well, you didn't remember to get the updated one. Mr. Edgeworth said, kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Exactly, Revy. I can't believe you didn't know this thing that we kept completely secret from you. Now let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Oh. 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 So, is this before or after? This has to be before her trial with, Doesn't it have to be before her trial with Phoenix? Because this is the lady that, was the actual killer in, her defense of Phoenix Wright. If it's after, this girl has it out for me. Like, she explicitly stated she'll get her back later. If it's before, why didn't Mia recognize her? Because it's not like she isn't distinctive. Every male character in the courtroom was drooling over this witness. How strange, then, casemate. It feels like there's a timeline inconsistency going on here. That or Mia's memory is horrific, and so is Dahlia's here. Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Hmm? Oh. Look at you, how can I put it? Everybody in this court right now is skeezy in one way or another. So this trial is happening before the one where Dahlia goes to jail, Revy. Like Casemate just said. But then my question is, why doesn't Dahlia react to Mia being, like, the lawyer, like a lawyer she encountered before? Why didn't Mia react to seeing Dahlia again? Like, hey, it's you. And we're just... No, Judge. No. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Fay, you could learn a lot from this man. He's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Hmm? Yes, my dear? Well, she's not helping the situation. Nope. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. I end up saying enough things that are going to be clip-worthy without making it easy on people. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? Name is, oh, okay. Melissa Foster. Is it that she lies about her identity the whole time and Mia forgets her? And Dahlia here, or, Melissa, who knows what her real name is then, pretends not to recognize Mia. A college student, a freshman in the literature department. She was the last time we encountered her, Lunar, which chronologically is the next time we encounter her. There's an indication that she's a bit of a Black Widow. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? How could you be so mean? Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in her face like that? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. I mean, Mia has one half of the Black Widow algorithm going. But not what would amount to the most important side of it. The killing. I don't like the turn this has taken. Huh? She's staring at me. And you would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are... Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. Conjure butterflies. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wild flowers. I noticed there was two people standing on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I heard and took a photo that showed the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. The somebody called the police seems to have been a missing factor from earlier, doesn't it? By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing here. So she would have just been able to see them if they were up here. Field surrounded by tall cliffs. Which would put the victims back right to the hole in the bridge. You took the photo from that location, eh? So if we look there. So the victim should have been about here, and the defendant would have been about here. If she was there, it would be just able to see them at best. If they're any closer to the what I would say is the safe side of the bridge, or in really any other configuration, that photo would make sense. That photo being this photo. Because we can see the cliffside right there. So it would have been right along the edge there. I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. The cute camera, just like its owner. Gross. Like our grandfather is leering at her. A small but powerful model camera. All right then, Miss Fay, time for you to your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. Which means we're probably going to need to save a lot. Because we might get hit arbitrarily for pressing. Any idea what they were fighting about? Huh? No, I have no idea. Why do you ask that? I just thought maybe you overheard what they said. Huh? I would never eavesdrop. I've got more class than that. That's right, Miss Fay. Don't drag the witness down to your level. Okay, no penalty for asking that. We'll see if that holds. Why did you take a photo? Well, the two of them were really going at it. Okay, this is contradicted by the photo. Why did you take a photo? Because they were fighting. Since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. Guess that part of me just kind of took over. Sounds like a lie to me. I understand completely. Yeah, it might just be that the judge threatened us with violence instead of the fact that we couldn't press. No, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I still use my grandson to test my comedy routines on. Wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this. All I could do was use my camera. Took a photo of the crucial moment and gave it to the police. Witness, when you said you took a photo at the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo is two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. My apologies, young lady, but Miss Fay's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? Terrible. Very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean. We ran out of film. This photo was the last one. What? Fortunately, that is the truth. That doesn't change anything. She said she saw them fighting, and then she took a picture. She didn't say that she took a picture before and then went to take a picture and was out of film. Like, it's still contradictory. This doesn't change anything. Exactly, Revy. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photographs are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. Witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So, you took the photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once, too. Please, no details. Thank you, Mia. Speaking for the audience, it seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. But, nah. Wait a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. When we encounter her in the future trial, she is apparently a student of a particular type of poetry that is not good. Well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. And this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! Looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Still gross, Armando. Yes, what he is saying is sickening. Quit it. Using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. So there were two people standing on the bridge. They just started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Okay, this is important. So, we can see the edge. At most, they're right here. Like, right about here. We can see some of the support beams. Or cords. 5 yards. So, at most, 5 yards from the giant hole in the bridge. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. Melissa in this case, Dahlia in the next one, in the next occurrence of her, the prior occurrence that is the next occurrence, is terrible. She is very clearly wrapping all of the guys in the courtroom around her finger. And it is, based on what we saw last time, 100% affected. Like, she knows what she's doing. Even if they did run a background check, Revy, I'm almost certain they would ignore it, even if it showed that the person was just awful. Because then they just don't need to present that data. But look how pretty and trustworthy she certainly is, Your Honor. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. Say there were two contradictions? It's simple. Just look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have run even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. What does all this mean? It means she's lying, stupid. It's very simple, Your Honor. You have to expect that the table of the defense attorneys in these courtrooms is incredibly durable because it has to survive all of the times that a defense attorney has flipped it in exasperation dealing with this judge. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Gasp! Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? All because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. Right here. This is one of the classic moves that the Von Karma style prosecutors use. They gave us that diagram and said, this is a diagram that is accurate. And it showed the broken bridge. Then later they're saying, oh no, that's not actually accurate. The bridge wasn't broken at the time. So you're saying, I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there is no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. Okay, fair. More fair. But he's still saying, like, we presented this as if it was accurate, and now we're saying, well, it's not necessarily accurate. Can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. It was just a little oopsie, Your Honor. That guy's good. What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, all right. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. That coward. Well, Miss Fay, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. I ask you to please proceed with your testimony. Kitty check. Oh. Zoom and enhance. Look at that. Got curled tail and toe beans. Just adorable. Look at little Sherbet. He's so comfy. I ask you to please proceed with your testimony. But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. No need to worry, just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. Like, we've already established that the she fell down is flawed. Like, there is evidence to support that that wasn't the case. And yet, she is still attesting to it. Like, but that's what I saw. It's like, it can't be what you saw. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. I'm sorry, I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Facing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir, I'm still shaken up. Kind of implies that she, she did the stabbing, doesn't it? Feels like she probably did the stabbing. He accepts the testimony as it is. We're finished. Don't say that. Ah, well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really good mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. That's what I like to hear. All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, please. Contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. He stabbed her in the back. He quickly picked her up in his arms. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. I just remembered this. Her actual name is Dahlia. The witness is involved. Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Or, actually, maybe she did fall. Of course she didn't fall down on the... Yep, right there. See, there's another. He's interrupting and saying, no, that couldn't have happened. Don't you mean it didn't happen? If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy. If you don't mind, I was asking the witness. No need to be so rude. Like, right there, he just coached the witness out loud, you know? Well, young lady? Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison outfit grabbed her before she could. We're one step too slow. Now then, what did the defendant do after that? Carried her over to the car. You personally witnessed that? Yes, which is not possible. Anything strange happen when he did that? I don't know if you'd call it strange or not, but that's when the victim's scarf fell. You mean this scarf? Words match what we found at the scene. I don't see any problem. This is fine. Move along. Nope. Hit the wrong button. We'll just press the rest of it while we're at it. I mean, the defendant carried the body all by himself? Yes. Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it would be difficult. Yes, but let's remember they're on a narrow bridge that was ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body in a bridge like that? With the leg shackle and weight? Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly. You're being silly. Why did he get so emotional all of a sudden? So hey, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us. Safe. Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it? Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there. But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct? February. There's also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. Is this near Crane Village? You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places. I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. Amber, come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Come here. There you go. There you go. Supposed to talk about what I saw. And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body. Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, but as for his face... So you're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face. Well, they were far away and it was raining. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw. Excellent, you're a remarkably honest young woman. Something about the testimony is bothering me, but what? Hey, Kitten, have you ever put salt in your coffee? No, why would I? Why not? Huh? It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right? Pause. Listen, my point is that if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rust in something, like a piece of evidence. There's some element of metal maintenance that I am ignorant of. I mean, it's not unlikely. You regularly, sprinkle salt upon something in order to derust it. Right, Mia, go present something. By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee. The two don't go well after all. I think this is a contradiction, because she can't have seen that happen. Nope. Generic reaction. No music stop. Hello, Ember. Hello. Ember is a very licky cat as well. She likes to be held when she wants to be held. She likes her back stroked when that's happening. But she's not big on scratches. Like a little bit, but not a lot. A bit of delay of game for kitty cat purposes. Let's try presenting that same thing here.
Objection!
Nope. What do we got? What do we got? The timer function is going to be a way that she could have set up the camera and been in a different spot. Really think it's got to have some. It's like he could have just thrown it off the bridge, you know?
Objection!
There we go. What are you doing, Ember? No, don't do that. Don't do that. I want to bite the camera. Look at you. Being very insistent. Killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. It was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. What is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Bet your boots. Gavel. Not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Fay. I must admit it does seem odd to not to have thrown the body into the river. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Fay would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Seems that your assertion is without merit after all. The witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. Certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. What is he talking about? All right, I'll do my best. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up, carried her over to the car. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. He can't see that. She can't see that. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Huh? Done what? Made a crucial mistake. Crucial mistake? What? Like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes, and... It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from on that day is here. You see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. Got dotted line technology now. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock, however, it isn't so tall that it could stop her from seeing the car. That's right. Not even high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. Click. Sorry, but that just doesn't wash. Huh? I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence. I'm just gonna save in case I hit the wrong one. It's the location that the photo was taken from. The photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No. Even more toe bean on display. Cavill, what is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? A hullabaloo, or perhaps a brouhaha. Sure, but it's extra cozy right now, Okami. Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. She was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. That's called perjury. What she did is perjury. Svei, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes indeed, quite true. You know what they say, to err is human, to forgive divine. Yes, and to lie in court is to perjure. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. That's not fair. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial is over. Now is the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, you need to relax. Then you need to remember. The other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain there were scratch marks on it from when he broke in the trunk. What? Let me see that photo. There are, but how does she know? True, these certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. Obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Fay, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction somewhere? Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Fay explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was... Only one way the witness had a chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was... Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? It's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one to put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Click. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we would never have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Fowles that put the body in the trunk. As we established the first time we saw Mia in a trial, Mia's objections have tangible physical force. That's why Dahlia looks like she's being blown by wind. And that's how Prosecutor Payne lost his hair. Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. We already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth, because I've got save games. There's no need to think too deeply about it. I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Oop. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had bought this camera just to take this picture. Rot. What are you trying to say then, Miss Fay? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. The defense please explain further? Okay. So she wasn't in the field. What I think is that the photo was taken of her wearing the same outfit and a hat. So remember, there's no mention of the missing hat that of the person in the trunk. There's no scarf, no hat. But the person in the picture after, that was taken before the body was supposedly put in the trunk, is be-scarved and hatted. I wonder if the person on the bridge in the picture is Dahlia disguised. I don't know where the defendant comes into play here. But it seems like somehow Dahlia had to get in there and put that she killed the victim, stuffed her in the trunk, and that the defendant is showing up after. But I don't know how that would line up with the actual course of events. Let's see how this unfolds, though. The defense please explain further. Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the event occurred? We'll also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster? I think she was where the victim was supposed to be. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Yep, the killer, be-scarved and behatted. Miss Fay, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Fowles met the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Fowles. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Who is the one in red? That is Miles Edgeworth. A young Miles Edgeworth, back when he was 20. He is the original opposing prosecutor in the Ace Attorney series. A childhood friend of Phoenix Wright, who was originally going to be a defense attorney, and then a tragic series of events led him to be a prosecutor. It was a whole thing. Dramatic reveals and all kinds of stuff. And who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Fowles met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Fowles himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I have it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. Time of the incident, Mr. Fowles had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. scarf could be relevant. Oh, yeah, this. Wear white scarf for identification, so I know it's you. Fowles had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Fowles who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No. Oh, she passed out. Told you. Mia's arguments have tangible force. Knocked her right to the floor. Where's Miss Foster? She collected herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. The question is, how did she get access to trunk without defendant noticing? She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Wasn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Ha! Gavel. To wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. I have to wonder how this is going to connect back to Phoenix again. Is it going to be like, at some point in the future, some part of this gets retried or brought back up? Since it's a pretty strong likelihood, based on this being in the past and what we know of Edgeworth, that she's going to lose this trial. But is it going to be in a way that still gets Fowles executed? If he is dead by the time of the trial, what's going to be the reason to bring it back? Because it would be good closure to the Dahlia series of events. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Gavel. Very well, this court is in recess. To be continued. Making progress. Zipping right along. I thought I saw your message, Ethan. The guy in red is Miles Edgeworth. Like I was saying, it is the original rival character to Phoenix Wright. A kind of genius prosecutor. Ember's playing in the play area. Yum. No worries, Ethan. Yeah, the Phoenix Edgeworth kind of storyline is protracted. A good part of the first and second games involve that. He's going to town. You can't hear Ember's vocalization is largely a trill. she doesn't really have a meow. It's a various volumes of the same, like volumes and durations of the same trill. Yoop. Mr. Fowles, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're really good. You really hooked me up. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information, right. What we need the most is information about Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. Looks like cat check. The brothers are popping out and Sky's up in the tree. Amber's in the way of the camera. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Fowles, in that case, tell us more about it. What happened 5 years ago? Okay, I trust you. It's a very ornate necklace given his very cartoony prison garb. It's probably just supposed to be a necklace, but it reminds me of the old exploding collar trope. Hello, Sherbet. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture, it reminds me. It reminds me everything. That's awkward phrasing. Bridge looks same, just like then. 5 years ago. It's got kind of especially with some of its exclamations, got kind of the stereotypical caveman speech pattern, you know? Unga bunga. It could fall apart any minute. It's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Ha, sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. It's true, I did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Bum, bum. Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. Okay. Because the kidnapping victim was apparently thrown from the bridge during the incident, and that's what he was convicted of and got the death penalty for. But we know Dahlia is alive and is currently Melissa Foster. You know, with our future vision. And that would imply that Dahlia is out for revenge. And that Valerie knew that Dahlia was still alive. This is serious. The girl. Let her go. Shut up. Come closer and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie. There are some cases, casemate, that are goofy as far as how they're playing out. Especially the early cases in any given game tend to be sort of like it's really obvious and you're fighting with the evidence and whatnot to get them to like listen to reason. And then there are some that get really like the good sort of convoluted. I don't know why we had the film grain sepia memory going on there. First, I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie, betray me. Betray us. Rawr! Are they trying to go for the Frankenstein's monster kind of thing with him? Like, the 3 slice wounds on his face to be like, you know, oh, he's got lots of stitches and whatnot. He's got the very rectangular features. Like, the phrase "rawr, fire bad" would go with him pretty well. You mean she betrayed you? Everything, all lies, all make-believe, kidnapping too. Make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel. How old were you 5 years ago, Fowls? Because this took a questionable turn pretty quick. That's what's under that little hat case, mate. Severe brain surgery scars. Did he actually say my teen angel? I've seen one. He's seen one too many soap operas. I do anything she says, anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says? Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by, yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it? Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get 1 jewel, that's what we thought. Very much, casemate. Like I was saying earlier, Danganronpa is definitely murder mystery. This is soap opera plot lines. You know, but it actually was their evil twin brother kind of stuff. That's why you get the, you know, it was actually you kind of situations where you've encountered all of them. As opposed to things like Danganronpa that do the I've gathered you all here kind of detective story stuff. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to her dad. As for $2 million diamond, tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, all right. In the end, you were planning on splitting the 2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot at me for real, me and Dahlia. Bang. I was shot in arm. Dahlia, she jump in river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up in with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Fowles, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge, she said to an empty courtroom. Threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. Given what we know of Dahlia, that could as much have been them cutting him out of the equation. Because we know Dahlia survives this, and that Valerie knew about Dahlia. And potentially Valerie was going to expose what had actually happened, and Dahlia killed her to keep it quiet. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. That's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear scarf. I don't want to hurt her, just ask why. Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? Just want to hear an answer come from her mouth. That's all. So that's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Fowles, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I dunno. Huh? You don't know? No, really, I dunno. It gone. With Dahlia. With Dahlia? Yep. Three-way plot. They cut Fowles out of it. Yeah, Dahlia put it in backpack. Yep. So they cut Fowles out of it, get him sentenced to death. Fowles contacts Valerie, and Valerie finally has some regret and is going to let him know. She tells Dahlia that she's going to do it. Now gone with Dahlia, gone forever. Into Eagle River. So Dahlia comes back, kills her sister, stuffs her in the trunk, and reframes Fowles for it. To try to double ensure that he dies. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're ready to go. That is Diego Armando, casemate. He calls every female character kitten. And then he has, like, little names for everybody else. He's called Fowles Zebra Boy and Crybaby so far. So when you said with Dahlia, you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne. Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. Never found her. Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel. Ooh. I thought he was referring to Mia during that. Her teen angel? How old was she anyway? Just 14. Ew. I guess if you weren't going to prison for the murder, they were going to get you for something else, sir. You know, I never thought of that. But we have the term robbing the cradle. That's like got really, like, it's a really innocent way of saying something that can have really nasty overtones, you know? Ha! It's a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth $2 million. Man, oh man, angels these days. Didn't notice that, casemate. Fowles takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeves now. You bet. $2 million gem, used as ransom for Dahlia, lost to Eagle River 5 years ago. The training wheels come off now, Mia. You've got to strike while the iron is hot. One of my rules, remember it. It's definitely possible it was a writing oversight. There are occasional, well, it's not uncommon that they botch something as far as, like, how they say it. Or exactly who they're addressing. Gavel. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Fowles. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. Butterflies. You'd almost expect a rainbow forms behind her when she does that, too. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try and pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime, that's all. What possible reason could a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. Her motive, huh? Figure that's what I had to establish next. So you have Edgeworth. We encounter him a little later, but you have Manfred von Karma, who Edgeworth studied under. Is Edgeworth, but more so. Like, von Karma constantly interrupts and cuts you off anytime you try to do anything other than present evidence. And he drives the judge around in the same way. Like, he controls the trial. Von Karma's adopted daughter, Franziska von Karma, is akin to that. She's a little between von Karma and Edgeworth. But one of her gimmicks during it is she's got a bullwhip that she hits everyone with during the case. Like, she will cut people off. She will hit the judge with it to shut him up. And they all use the same tactics Edgeworth is using as well. Like flagrantly coaching witnesses, tampering with evidence, all kinds of stuff like that. That's why Godot is kind of strange in this scenario. Lots of connection hiccups today. Yeah, we've been primarily seeing Godot in a lot of this, and Godot is more snarky than like Edgeworth is. There's also Payne, who is, I mean, aptly named. Have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course, I think. Ah, you're still acting as tame as a kitten. Mr. Armando, listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Okay. So this is Armando teaching her that. She teaches Phoenix that. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Especially when you keep calling me kitten. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course, Mr. Judge is ready. Ooh. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you'd like. Oh. Gross. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know it's not true. I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at the 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights right up. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say. I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago, or kidnapping a poor girl, I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Dave? So, what country were you living in then? We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed, it was a brutal civil war. She had to try and make her way back home alone. Lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification. What kind of sob story is this? What do I do? Should I press her for details? Poke, poke. Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in? Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country was she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case. Lived abroad since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Fowles or Detective Hawthorne. Yes, I think we've established that point. Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just said to the official testimony? Yes, please, Mr. Judge. Naturally, I don't know either the victim or the defendant. Anything that would tie her there yet? Not yet. You didn't know either person. Are you certain of that? Yes. I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people. Oh well, that can't be helped. Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth? The first time you saw either of them was when you were on the bridge, correct? Yes, it was really a coincidence. So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain, anyway? I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing. You don't look so much of a hiker to me, but you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here, and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to. Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its stark, desolate beauty and its cold yet romantic gloominess. Pretty hardcore there, casemate. Didn't know you were such a goth. Wait, what's the name of your college? The prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent. Thank you, she's really gone too far. Miss Faye, you're treading on thin ice here. At least said anything. Talk about sensitive. Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car. Well, that's... Unfortunately, Miss Faye, your last statement proves nothing. Really? Why is that? The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at the time, an officer showed her this photo. That seems like a rather serious mistake. That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book. That's not fair. That wicked inmate, I'll never be able to forget that horrible day. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful, your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client, he forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Uh-oh. Ember has noticed the butterflies. You can see her ear a little bit on the camera corner there. She's kind of groundhogging up a bit. Which is a concern because she might leap at them. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Fowles is kind of forgetful. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. It's bad. Mr. Fowles' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with the last statement? Always have it added to testimony. This is an oddity and... Well, this is an irritation I have with Phoenix Wright is... Why would you not? Given the opportunity to add anything to testimony, you absolutely do it. Because that is a key point in the conversation that you can interact with. I've never had a circumstance where having more things in the testimony is bad. Like it added to the official testimony. Prosecution has no objection. For all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony helps to further prove that point. No, that's not why... Witness, if you would. I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. What do you mean, lucky? Well, it's February now. Everyone is wearing scarves. If I had accidentally worn a white scarf like he said, then you yourself might have been killed. Would have been a terrible loss for this world. Looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten. Mr. Armando, keep looking around and you're going to lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when not to talk. You can't see it, but she's like pawing at the air. You knew about that incident? But weren't you out of the country until a year before last? Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. I'm disconcerted by this. She might leap. If I have to stop the stream briefly, you'll know why. And a whole in-depth report on his whole history. You were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right? Yes. Let her get away with these lies. Listen to me, she's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow you're just going to have to get her to show the court her true self. I think we can present the blue scarf here.
Objection!
Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Now you're talking about this scarf right here, right? Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. Not surprising she mistook it for white. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. But what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but only one explanation for this mix-up. She knew about this. Wear white. Witness, have you ever seen this note? Nope. No, I never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. Like, I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fowles' instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification. White scarf? Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No. Gavel, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Fowles is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right, a person that no one would have suspected. You figured it out, kitten? Yep. Third person that would know the contents of the note. Dahlia Hawthorne. That person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? Never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name right there. What's this? So who is this person, this Dahlia Hawthorne? Edgeworth's fatal flaw, and it seems like this is something that runs in that whole school of prosecution, is assuming that his own witnesses are not going to stick their foot right down their own throat. And he seems shockingly unable to learn that lesson. It's clear that he cheats and coaches super hard in these cases. So he seems to be reliant on his own skill and is confounded when it doesn't work. Like, you know, how can this be sort of thing? The implication seems to be that he relies as much on having, like, fallback plans. Many fallback plans. Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life. The dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Fowles. Like, you said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are. Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not saying. Flick. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Nice work. It was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. That's a fun... That's a fun little, It's a fun little simile. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn the whole case on its head. That's my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. Yep, here's the classic move. The, oh man, I didn't think we'd have to bring this up, but... You don't mean... Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Ah, looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way, but then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to... the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But, I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see... Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That was nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder? Really, Miss Fey, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious, her big sister. Miss Fey must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. What? Edgeworth is terrible during his, Edgeworth is even worse as a young man, it would seem. I can't remember if it's like into the second game or by the end of the first one that he starts to get redeemed a little bit. And a lot of it kicks off with Phoenix, like, making him lose repeatedly. I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Fey, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason could the witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. The defense is preparing to present evidence supporting our claim. That wasn't me. It was this guy. This crazy coffee addict. I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Makes you think they're empty, boy. Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. Think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No, you've just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me. The rashness of youth, how charming. This coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Fey, save the game. What motive would the witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? Money? What is this? Is this the defense's idea of a joke? So I clearly don't get the punchline. Well, Miss Fey? Oh, that was the rashness of youth. Rashness of youth? Oh, well, no. Not any of these. Oh. Story starts after Terry Fowles escaped. The fact that the note says, we're going to bring the truth out. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth. There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Fey. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Fey. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Fowles. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yeah, I know the secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Oh, you're gross. Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. Exactly, casemate. Canada! Canada harder. All right, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up, move around, feed the kitties before they revolt, and then we'll get going again. Getting situated, reclaiming my chair from Sky. And we're back, but for whatever reason, it didn't stay on my screen. Okay, we are back. Let's see if we can find a visible cat. Currently, many of them are getting some food. Where Sky wandered off to. Well, we're going to put it on the tree for now. Oh, wait. We'll see how long that lasts. Back in. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Fowles. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister, Valerie, brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Fowles in the arm. That's when Mr. Fowles tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. We're to believe after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Look at those puppy dog eyes. She couldn't possibly be a murderer. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Fay? Yes, Your Honor. As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up. We've still got that info, that ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Fowles told us that in the lobby. Galaxy, welcome back. Let's see. Maggie is safe. Maggie was acquitted. The murder was the very orange fake Phoenix Wright, the loan shark mafioso. We are now on to the next trial, which is a trial that happens in the past before the trial that happened in the past the last time, for maximum time travel confusion. This is the murder trial of an escaped convict who is on death row for the killing of somebody that we has established actually survived and is in the court acting as a witness against the person that was accused originally of murdering her, and she is accused of being the actual murderer. It's very intricate. But welcome. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, I don't know what more they can do to him at this point, because he's on death row already. He's been on it for 5 years. Then he escaped, and now he's being accused of... yes, Dahlia Hawthorne. Apparently the same Dahlia that is in the case that happens after this one, where she was the murderer in the trial of Phoenix Wright. But how Mia doesn't recognize her, or how she doesn't recognize Mia, is not clear. Maybe she does and she's just keeping character? I do anything Dahlia says. What they're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. That's it. A fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. Was kidnapped by Mr. Fowles. Did you and Mr. Fowles have a relationship? Yes, as a tutor. So, what we've discovered is that Ember really likes those butterflies on screen right now. You take a look, that's what she's watching. You were tutoring him, Mr. Fowles? No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Fowles came to the house to tutor me. That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. He probably came up with the kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite the clever fellow, that Mr. Fowles. No, he's not. Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Fowles a clever fellow? It's a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. I heard the diamond is valued in the neighborhood of $2 million. This is Edgeworth at age 20. When he is still the direct apprentice of Manfred von Karma. Or at least studying under him in some way. So he's got the same outfit on. It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of milk. A $2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that. Yeah, casemate, Fowles is sort of, you'd think that would immediately derail the conversation. Mia does her hair flip, as her kind of, like, smug head shake thing. The defendant demanded that her sister, Valerie, make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual. By the way, I want to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth, why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on the mountain? I like the animations of all the characters in general. I think they've done a good job, especially with the prosecutors and the defense. Like Phoenix and the prosecutors all have really good animations. A lot of the witnesses have great ones too, of course. I would actually like to see more animation out of, like, Maya and the like. Like, when they're involved, I'd like to see more than mostly their still frames. If I ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape. That's one thing a kidnapper wants to prevent, and that's police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, it was to ensure his safety. The difficulty, I think, Galaxy, is that Dual Destinies is not available on PC. Doesn't have a new release. I mean, maybe it's on cell phones. But even more than the original, like, DS, like, early DS and earlier releases, it's not really suited to cell phone scale interaction. But we do have the great detective games following these. What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Fowles is. Just couldn't get him on the stand. That will derail all of this. Yeah, right, it was all your plan. Anyway, Valerie brought the diamond to the mountain, and she made the exchange. She shot Mr. Fowles in the arm. That was a dangerous thing to do, considering you were being held hostage. Yes, but actually, that saved my life. What do you mean? You see, Mr. Fowles was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. Knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. So Mr. Fowles tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment. But when Mr. Fowles was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run, but Mr. Fowles turned and grabbed me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin. Bloodthirsty grin? Ooh. And in the next instant... Splash. Boy, she's hamming it up, isn't she? I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift. Oh man, the camera died. CAT scan is when the camera's not working. That camera is becoming more and more unreliable. It's frequently losing wireless connection. There we go. I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I had been carried away by the river to a strange place. I'll never forget that day. Crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. Then just one little shove from behind, and that was it. If she had turned to run and was shoved from behind, look at what's beneath the hole in the bridge. So, water here. They were confronting each other at this point. If she turned and ran and was shoved from behind, she would have landed on, a very splatty surface. The hard and jagged rocks below are much less swimmable. My sister could catch me. I fell into the river. I survived, but I was afraid. Let's see. I think this is where we'd have to do this. Trot out that piece of evidence that we're getting all kinds of mileage out of.
Objection!
say that Mr. Fowles pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt the push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Fowles. There's that hair flick. Sorry, I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Impossible? I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed... Splat. Instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. You understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. Yeah, it's 18 feet on the riverside. If it's exposed bedrock right now, it would have to be really high to avoid her still colliding with the bottom in a headfirst fall. The events occurred just as the witnesses testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see, thinking. There you go. There's sunken-eyed young Edgeworth. Just a moment, Your Honor. He doesn't have the eye twitch that he gets when he's older yet, though. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Gavel. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious. Gavel. Seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Now, Mia, there's no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What now? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record, and I'm just gonna... Oh, man. Oh, look at the bridge. This bridge has been the same for 5 years. There is mesh preventing you from falling off the side. I expect that they could say that she was small enough that she could have, like, flopped between them, but the justification is going to be that the wires would protect you. Your Honor, all of the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. You've got the little top to bottom cords to make it a barrier. No. But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't have been a problem for him. He could easily have picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Fowles had already been shot in the right arm. Ah, and more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him, at point-blank range. Flick! So, Mr. Fowles throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible. What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. Crazy, even. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into the raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current, being such a strong swimmer. But even more so, the witness had as much a much more compelling reason to jump into the river. Oh, and then what was it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the Eagle River. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. Gasp. Gasp! No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Fowles to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river. It's kind of classic at this point, isn't it, Revy? That, the dramatic back and forth music. The ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Why, that's simply ridiculous.
Objection!
Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. You really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? This woman is a demon. There's one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
Objection!
But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. Conscience. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Fowles, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill two birds with one stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Hee hee. Who is that laughing at a time like this? Oh, real Dahlia. Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness? Is that you? You amuse me, woman, Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course? That at 14 I plotted with Mr. Fowles and my sister? Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that. Well, Miss Fey, I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey. Are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Gavel. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense. Meh. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? Girl has made a fool of me, and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! Without evidence, the trial is over? Who decided that? Mr. Armando. Quick kitty check here. Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fowles' car, and then went to meet with him, disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That's what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who's the one person who can testify? Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Fowles, the defendant. Only one person that can shed any further light on this situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. Only one person who can solve the riddle once and for all. That person is Terry Fowles. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Whatever. Why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand. It's my last chance, Mr. Fowles. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. No, I'm pretty sure it's Dahlia. We know that after this case, the next case that Mia takes on, and I believe she's going to lose this case for some reason. The next case that she takes on is defending Phoenix Wright from a murder charge when Phoenix was in college. And the actual killer in that case is Dahlia Hawthorne again. And at that point, Dahlia does get convicted of murder. So it should be that Fowles is found guilty in this. Something is supposed to go wrong. But it still doesn't make sense why Mia doesn't recognize Dahlia. Yes, Galaxy. When Phoenix was all head over heels for his supposed girlfriend, who was using him as a drop box for poison. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Fowles, please stop eating your leg weight. I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used for $2 million. Very dramatic. That's not true. Mr. Fowles, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Is it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think there could be two people that act like Dahlia Hawthorne without creating some sort of time-space rift due to the sheer amount of self-centeredness. You'd have to get some sort of gravitation from that. Yeah, at the very least, her testimony is kind of, suspect is all get out. And yet they're still going to be like, oh, but that's okay. She said it was true. And since you can't prove she was a murderer, she's definitely a completely reliable witness. Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other. Terry. Oh, this is going to be where it goes wrong. It's true. You're alive. You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad. Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Yep. She's going to play Terry like a fiddle, and Terry's going to, go back onto death row. Dahlia, the same way that she almost did with Phoenix. Like, it almost worked with Phoenix again. Where he ate evidence. We'll allow Mr. Fowles to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Fowles, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness. Sorry, I apologize. Well, of course not. In the same way, casemate, that Edgeworth completely interfering with witness testimony and telling them what to say was perfectly all right and admissible. It's okay for somebody to be like, do what I say, witness. Heck, we even had the trial with Damon Gant, how he came running into the room and threatened a witness. Water, please, water. Huh? I can't talk. Need water. Oh well, I guess it'll have to be my coffee. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. Yeah, he's... Only if they can tie her to the actual crime that she's accused of, Galaxy. We don't have any actual proof that she was part of a false kidnapping plot that resulted in the theft of a $2 million diamond. It's just... We presume that she was based on the details that are surrounding this, and it seems plausible, but we don't have evidence that shows it is very likely. Terry Fowles saw... That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of a bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. Watched my car from the bridge. I never put no body in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Fowles, you're covering for her. You think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Fay. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Fay, please proceed with your cross-examination. This is how you want to end it, Mr. Fowles. Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten, I think. Terry's way of speaking would probably mean when he says my Dahlia, he just means Dahlia. Not as like he's implying that there's a second Dahlia. It's just... He has this very stilted speech pattern. According to the note, the meeting was supposed to have taken place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you? It was raining, already dark, too. You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes? Mr. Fowles, Eagle Mountain, that spot, strong, strong memories. Why did he just clam up? Could it be he's hiding something here? You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct? Yeah, I like waiting. I'm used to it. I'm sure he is. The Zebra Boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. Find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like the blink of an eye. Watched my car from the bridge. I never put no body in that car. You were watching the car. That bridge, other side is broken. Nobody can come from there. So I was watching car. What else were you expecting him to do? I suppose that's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction? If he was on the bridge watching the car, why is it that the person that he met was on the far end of the bridge? It's on the other side of the broken bridge anyway. No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain, but that's it. Anyway, nobody came. No car. Nothing. She stood in front of me. Okay, I think we can present this. She can't have stood in front of him if he was already waiting on the bridge, because the picture that is taken shows that the other person was already on the far side of the bridge. It's the there is so much of the legal system in this world that is presented that is clearly inspired by, but completely dependent on, um, completely ignoring how a lot of things are supposed to work. Dearth of kitty right now. Ah, there's one. Mason has stuffed himself in the little box. That said, they are very heavily based off of the Japanese legal system, where a lot of the shenanigans that they're showing are closer, but there's also a lot of stuff that is very clearly like you're not supposed to do that. Like that can't possibly be okay. And this is setting aside like the whole directly assaulting people part, you know? And it definitely wouldn't fly in the US court system. Like there are a lot of aspects of this that are still a very Japanese court style. The fact that it's all to the judge, the fact that it's the whole like attorney prosecutor thing. Because so much of this is like super localized where they try to make it seem like it's like an American court system or something, but that's not I believe that's not how it actually is in the base translation of the game, or the you know the original text of the game. But yeah, regardless, so much of any sort of like order or consistency in the way that the trials play out is thrown out just for narrative convenience and causality. So it's the like, yeah, this is completely inconsistent with with everything we've seen before, but it's going to happen because it makes it more dramatic. Like it'll draw the case out. So like everything we've seen Edgeworth do in this trial, everything he's done, the fact the way the judge is acting, all of that stuff. I can't imagine even in like I can't imagine at least one of these things not causing a mistrial anywhere I can think of. Like, you know, US, EU, Japan, all of those places. I can't there's something that happened in here that would have caused a mistrial immediately. So when you got on the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? Well, Galaxy, this judge in this trial is a lot mouthier than the base one. Yeah, it's in most of the trials, the prosecutors get away with a ridiculous amount of stuff, casemate. And this one, even the judge is piling on. It's it's weird. You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well, I'm sure too, Mr. Fowles. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? What? Did he hurt his teeth? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. Want to know who arrived on the bridge first? Look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? That's the victim at the end of the bridge. Flick. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Fowles, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. How did they find him competent to stand trial? Like, the man is trying to eat an ankle weight. Like, a full-on cartoon ankle weight. He's, like, chewing it. Now, there's the possibility that he has, like, had his mind broken by 5 years of solitary confinement. That is horrifically plausible. But, well, you know, I think that's actually more plausible. Because they mentioned that he was brought on as a tutor, and I can't imagine the Terry Fowles that we see now and his behavior set and vocabulary would have been a tutor of anything. You get more of a Terry Smash little book vibe from him more than let me teach you math. Please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. Ooh, he's being, that's like a whole sentence. Huh? I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah. It's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of a tree there. Ha! That's the locket that she uses for the poison in the next trial. That is true. That is true, casemate. There's not an indication of how, what happened after she fell into the river. Okay, again, the presence of this as a keepsake that Terry says he found really implies that this trial is going to be lost soon. Because Dahlia has to get this. Mia has to lose a trial before the Phoenix one, which happens after this point in time. Because this necklace has not yet been eaten by Phoenix Wright. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock, but he then left his car unattended and walked away. Well, they definitely know that Valerie was dead in the trunk. Like, that is confirmed to be Valerie. It was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of the car. No. Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it. Still got a chance. Mr. Fowles, there's no mistaking it. Erp. Huh? Mr. Fowles? You just spat up blood. Wait a minute, wait a minute. That vial that the judge said, it looks empty. And remember, he covered his mouth earlier. Was he drinking from the vial before he showed it to them? Ooh. Ooh. That's a callback. That's a good callback. Or is it a call forward? Ooh. Fancy time travel shenanigans. Please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink the bottle. Yep. Yep. When he got it back, and he, like, at this moment when Mia kind of pushed him over to the point where he couldn't, where it seemed certain that Dahlia had betrayed him, he drank from the bottle. No, stop the trial. Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. We're so close, just a little more. It was gonna prove your innocence. Don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Fowles. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Did he drink it when he drank when he asked for water? Huh. Yeah, he must have drank it when he asked for water. This was good. So my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. Just cartwheeling in from off screen there, Revy. It was me, the tragic clown. Ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul I thought I'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. Didn't count as a loss. But one person. The true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne. She left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando? We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. We're just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fowles killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. And don't hold it under her tears. Some Hannibal nonsense going on here. Wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Ah, we've got Godot's theme there. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. Oh, dang. You know, I think this is like... There aren't a lot of times that we see blood. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. He's angry. Like, the worst that he gets is, like, exasperated. Like, him slamming a coffee is as much like emotion as you seem to get out of him. Maybe spitting his coffee up. But you can see, like, that right there. That was, he is angry, and it didn't show. Like, nothing on his face. I agree, Revy. This guy's cool. I mean, the old-timey outfit that he's got is also kind of fun. Notice how he also kind of palette swaps. He goes from red to green when he becomes Godot. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. He's like a classic detective movie made flesh. One year later, in this very same courthouse, I, myself, got wrapped up in that case. So this is... So that was, canonically, again, 1 year later is when Mia defended Phoenix, and that it turned out that Dahlia was the one that committed murder. Yep, right here. The first trial of this, of the third game of the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. Not gonna lie, for a minute there, it looked like a My People Need Me moment. She was just gonna levitate off the screen to the top. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was... guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. If I recall, she kind of swore revenge on Mia. Finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately. Oh, he's in a hospital bed. I just noticed that. I thought he was just, like, sitting at a desk or like, with his laptop on a little pad on his bed. That looks like an IV bag up here. And, like, monitors. I think this is right. You can see the pointy hair. This looks like Wright in a hospital bed. Couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Bridge to the turnabout. Oh, I think we're at the end of Game 3's we're on the last trial. I saw that, Revy. I saw that. I would have gone with all right, 2 words. Still, very good. Very good. All right, that is the gold statue Well, it looks like the gold statue that was in um, the display, and the sword is upside down from when we saw it. It said that this sacred sword represents life itself and is made out of soft iron. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, choice is limitless. This is drama, isn't it? All those little backgrounds. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. There are some notches in weird places on that thing. I mean, maybe if they're viewing it as like a sword breaker kind of vibe. The silver cord. Oh. The illusion is revealed and the implacability of fate is finally laid bare. Who dat? I have no idea, Galaxy. I presume they're dead. No, Mia is already dead at this point, Galaxy. Hey there, Spooky. Welcome. Yeah, Mia is already very dead. For a long time. She was, Mia was killed by a dude that traded in information and blackmail. She was bonked upon the head. Fatally. Hey, Nick. What is it? You know, I've got spiritual powers, unlike you. Sure, you are a spirit medium, after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face? It's the New Year's issue of Cult. Ah! Winter Spiritual Location Special. Pearls look so happy. Maximize your spiritual power with just one night of intensive training. It sounds too good to be true. I'll say it sounds more like a scam. It's at a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. I mean, the game is like 50% pun if you look through the characters, you know? Everybody's name is like wordplay or something like that. The, what was it? All of the programmers in the 2 trials ago had palindromes for names. And even, like, Maya's family name, Faye, is at least a reference. Way up in the mountains. I bet it's nice and cold, just perfect for Is this the shrine? Like the meditation dojo or the channeling dojo that was on Eagle Mountain? I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. Hard for even real spirit mediums to make, like us, to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious? Don't worry, I've already made special reservations just for us. Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Phoenix raising the, there's gonna be trouble flag. Well, come on. Don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yeah, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by somebody over 20 years old. Hey, I don't have anything to do with spiritual power. The only thing I can channel is a TV. I kind of want some Team Rocket-like culprits to show up in this case, mate. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura temple? Oh, but you could stand under a freezing waterfall. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. Huh? No way! How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick. Look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Look close. Look close. Look at the picture. Well, I appreciate you swinging by, Spooky. But, you know, if you need to wrap up for the night, remember, just do that. Otherwise, you are, of course, welcome to sit by and just watch if you like. That is Dahlia in the picture. What is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see that magazine. Yup. This nun. She a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl, it's... My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Sparkle, sparkle. Flip. When she flicks her hair like that, it's a disgusted expression, like, eh. You disgust me. But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Oh, thank you, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mr. Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right? Oh, it's... I don't know what they would call him in the Japanese version, but they're shortening it as, so Fiend Nix. So they're saying Nick for, you know, Nix on a Phoenix. On Phoenix. It's a bit tortured, but that's where it's coming from. Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple, but I just had to see for myself. I mean, you'd think for all of like the the poisoning and whatnot that she was found guilty of, and all of the lies and all that kind of goodness, that she would have faced severe penalties, at the very least life in prison. But apparently not, casemate. Apparently she's at some sort of mountain spiritual retreat. I mean, that said, given her behavior, she probably just smiled at security guards as she walked out of the prison. Because she seems to have supreme power. Just had to see it for myself, who this nun really was. Exactly, Revy. Can't possibly have done something so wrong. It's okay. She's just going for a quick walk. She said she'll be right back. Snowy snowmobile. It's so cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Sneeze. Her teeth are chattering so loud, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Wow, Mystic Maya, this is the famous Hazakura Temple. Pearly. I sneeze. Oh, well, well. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Thank you, sneeze. My, thank you for coming all this way. Come now, you must have been cold. You're high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to... Oh, yes, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is... Her name is Bikini. Is this like a vegetable thing? You know, like all the Japanese Dragon Ball characters' names, how you have like vegetable and whatnot. You know, carrot, vegetable. What were some of the others? Like you had salt, pepper, and whatnot were some of the villains in the movies. I remember there was a game, and it was a NIS game. Nippon Ichi Software. Nihon Ichi Software. The ones that made Disgaea, they also had another one where all of the characters had clothing names. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? I mean, sure. It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that had a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. She's kind of fun. Certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Oh, my. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those who you channel. Reckless? Wahaha. Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day. But you went through all the trouble to get reservations. Yes, that's right. You've come all this way, so please enjoy yourselves. Still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? So what's a channeling dojo, anyway? She does. She has a, she's very jovial. Got that real friendly vibe. I don't know how old the third one is. This is the Trilogy, which was a re-release in 2019. I think it was released before that on a different platform. And then, yeah, like Revy says, the first one is 2001. Even without specific dates, not new, Spooky. Not remotely new. call me Bikini and forget that sister part. Channeling Dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items? You train an entire evening surrounded by these items. Ah, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. I wonder if it's meant to be like a belly laugh, or it's the kind of laugh that would also go with the, like, her holding her hand up to the side of her face. Can't remember if there's a term for that, but it's usually like a really shrieky wahaha. It's a bit of an iconic series, Spooky. Wow, she must have just gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. Phoenix, you are right next to somebody who can channel the dead. You are regularly visited by the spirit of your dead mentor, taking possession of the bodies of your proteges and metamorphosing them into some sort of elder amalgamation. And Phoenix is like, oh, she seems crazy believing in all this, woo-woo spiritual stuff. You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell. 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. You can't make something spiritual just by putting an occult name on a regular object. Then we're gonna all go home and have some ghost pizza over some, demon lemonade. Eh? It's February right now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya up for this. Sister, about this picture. Bikini is wearing a lot more makeup in this picture. Must say, look at that. Oh, well, I look at that. I must say, I look rather divine here, don't you think? Yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. The makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? Sorry to cut in, but this Iris, where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all this way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? Glare. Pearly gonna kill a man. No, that's not what I had in mind. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple, preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? Yep. This is the temple on the other side of the Dusky Bridge. Dusky Bridge has since been repaired. Nice. Connections. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah, and look at that big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. Looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? Look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh, hey, I've got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump. It might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, all right. You won't be afraid no more. Wait, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. It's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Rate it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. It's only off by 1 letter, Nick. Can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it? The people who live here, I guess. I doubt they have any real phones here. Yeah, but look, it took like 20 minutes to walk here from the main hall. This might be important later. Would have been smarter of them to build the main hall here, don't you think? Maybe you should work on channeling someone who makes logical sense, Maya. Some letters are engraved into a roughly cut boulder. Dusty Bridge, huh? It says Dusky Bridge, okay? Come on, Nick, take a look at that bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. Sign is obviously wrong, and I'm gonna fix it. Now give me my pencil, Nick. Do I look like a pencil holder to you? Come on, Nick, why don't we hop across the bridge? It'll be fun. I'm not so sure. It looks like a bunny hopping across the bridge would destroy it. Okay, Nick, then let's try to find a cute, fluffy little bunny and test your theory. That right there sums up the fundamental difference between sane and insane. I have to test the stability of the bridge. Chuck a bunny at it. About 20 yards to that cliff over there. Guess that's where I'll be training tonight. Do you want to train with me, Nick? And do the special course? I think not. It'd be so great if you had spiritual powers, too. Really? I see dead people sounds more like a cause for alarm to me. Narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. The sign here is so old the text seems to have vanished, though it is quite clearly legible from over here. So a wooden staircase that goes down to the bottom of the canyon. Okay, I'll write wooden staircase on it then. You really think that is necessary? You'd have to be blind not to see the stairs. Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil. Graffiti is a crime, Maya. Oh, look, it's one of those snow motorcycle things. Most people call it a snowmobile, you know. Snow motorcycle things. Snowblowmeals, same thing. Snowblowmeel. Too bad we didn't invite Desiree. Bet she would race like the wind on this snowmobile. Or maybe she'd give me a ride on the blow snowmobile. I told you it's a snowmobile. Simple jokes. What do you think, Nick? Pretty awesome gate, huh? Sure is. It looks pretty well maintained, too. Kind of thing puts your hometown to shame, Maya. Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened in Crane Village. We used to be a lot richer back when people hired us to perform channelings. I see, but now the place looks a bit run down. Guess I was just born in the wrong time. Big old bell. Look, it's a cute little bell tower. I absolutely love the sound of a giant bell. Oh, so which do you like better? That or the sound of money? Thinking. Sorry, but I'll take money for the win, Nick. What are you apologizing for? It's like the main hall where we'll be staying tonight. From here, it looks like one of those ice hotels you always hear about. Gotta have a heater or something in there, don't they? I don't want to die. I'm not worried. I brought my hot water bottle. Did you bring one for me? What are you talking about, Nick? Who carries around 2 hot water bottles? Cold doesn't kill me, the Ice Queen over here will finish the job. Cute. Big wooden Magatama. And other doodads. The main hall. I think it's even colder in here. Oh, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. You're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time? Mystic Maya is right. I hope they're mashed potatoes. I love mashed potatoes. What a cute little acolyte. We can't quite tell yet, but that hair leaves the top of the screen. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Oh, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 on the weirdness scale. That makes Maya look more or less weird. I don't know. Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too? Ah, unfortunately no. Actually, I'm... Squeal, you're Miss Elise. Okay, what? How would you pronounce that? Is that actually a word, or is it just a sound? Ah. Okay, so it's supposedly it's a couple of things. So her first name is like her Japanese name is Erisu, which is supposed it's but it might also be with Elise. It might be a spin on Alias, and it's the second part is like Dunim. This is based off of what people are trying to extrapolate from Phoenix Wright content, which might be like 2 names. So Alias 2 names. Hard to tell. That's right, you know of me? My name is Pearl Fay. Your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? I see it now. Zvari, a fortune teller. Got all your books, Miss Dunham. Sweet thing to say, and please call me Elise. Books. Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know who this is? An author, maybe? Yes, and an illustrator of picture books. Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright. I take no offense at that. So maybe it is meant to be essentially her full name is essentially saying pseudonym, you know, like an author's name. Or an author name. False name. Really beautiful pictures, too. Books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. Makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. She's walking around with a staff, a robe, and, you know, hair reminiscent of a wizard's hat. Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I'd written to a publisher. They liked it so much they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Well, must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Larice. Larice Dunham. Just going with Dunham. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches right now. On Larice's behalf, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise, anything for you. Wow, Pearlie's a fan. Laugh. What are you doing here? Why did you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? Laugh. No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow, I can't wait to read it. Rose is completely taken with her. Wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So is that why you're dressed like that? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. What can I say? She's really a sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun. Yeah, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. Want a staff like that? You like the crystal sphere? It's real amethyst, you know. Genuine amethyst. Maybe I'll find one like that up here on the mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. You'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. You mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yes, yes. Oh, God, yes. Pearls looks like she just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too, then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh, yes. Please take this. I think it will be of help to you. So we are around here. And apparently there's an inner temple over here. Of the area. We wouldn't want to get lost now, would we? Yep. So the inner temple is the shrine that was previously inaccessible because the bridge was broken. And this is the temple where the poison vial was hidden. Neat. You insist? Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take the chance to go check out the other temple. See you two later, then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Laughably large Magatama on the altar. You can see Cyclops with the tiny Magatama I've got. Only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under the hood. It's an altar. It's a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Crane Village last year. They really do have something to do with spiritual power after all. Straw zabuton cushions arranged around a hibachi brazier. Haven't seen a layout like this since I saw this really old Japanese movie on TV. Wasn't for this hibachi, they'd probably freeze to death. At the writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribbled math formulas on the bathroom walls to remember them. Except we couldn't go to the bathroom during tests, and I can't read these walls. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? Guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out. Oh, right. I think her name is Iris? To find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Huh? The bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. And at least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Phoenix slowly dying inside as she speaks. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? Trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. That temple is in bad shape. It's like it could collapse at any time. Because people don't use it too often. Oh no, I mean, it just looks old. I don't see any obvious signs of disrepair. It's just got old, like, wiggly wood. Really where you're going to train tonight? That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here, like a ghost might jump out at you or something. Spirit medium afraid of ghosts? Isn't it ironic, don't you think? Oh, references, you know? Yay. The inner temple up ahead, huh? Looks kind of run down. Wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny. So you're training here tonight, huh? Yep. Then everyone will see my spiritual powers. Gurgly stomach. Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead. Wonder if that roast is ready yet. Looks like there was something written on it. Can't read it, but if I had to take a good guess, I'd say it says Inner Temple. What's the point of a sign if you can't read it? Must be tough for the mailman when he's delivering here. Nick, give me my pencil. Guess the sign is a good indication of how long this place has been here. Hey, a half-open gate. It's practically a welcome mat. Yeah, except the sign in here says no entry. It's an unwelcome mat. Nick, rules are made to be broken, you know. You expect a lawyer to go along with that? Oh, come on, you're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go. Come on, Nick, let's do some crimes. Set aside the lawyering for a bit. Crimes. Don't blame me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you. Now you've got me scared. Let's just forget about it, okay? Oh dear. Training hall. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh? Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought... Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be beyond that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there. Even I can sense there's something supernatural about that cavern behind that door. She even has the same theme music. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah. You're... Hi there, we're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Huh? Something wrong? No, it's nothing. Wonder why she's spaced out like that, don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. Maya Fey, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure is mine. Oh, excuse me, I have some, chores to attend to. Are they gonna play some ridiculous card like she took religious vows and got out of, the clearly life sentence? Sure is beautiful. A bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to walking around with urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can't be, but... Look at this antique dresser. Wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. Riffle, riffle. Nothing. Just a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick. Huh? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Oh, about Iris, I bet. Looks like you've been bitten by the love bug, Nick. Bunch of musty-looking blankets and bedding sets piled up here. Wonder why they're even here in the first place. Because all spiritual training is done under the supervision of a nun. Wonder if Sister Bikini is planning on to sleep here while I train. She is intensely a kleptomaniac, casemate. Whether it's that she has already taken something or tries to take something when Nick is there. Oh man, it'd be real cool if we had something like that. They won't miss it. But if they sleep, what's the point of having them in here in the first place? A hanging scroll. Doesn't look that old either. Scream. Why did you scream like that? The scroll. It's my mother. Oh, this is Maya's mother has been missing for pretty much as long as we've known about her mother. Like, she's never not been missing. She went missing after the school became disgraced when they were involved in a channeling in a crime where the spirit that was channeled essentially deceived them. and pointing them down the wrong road. If I recall, it was actually involved with Edgeworth's storyline too. Misty Fey, the master of the Crane School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. That crest at the top of the scroll. That's a special mark of the master of our tradition. So that's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother, and I can't even recognize her face. Maya. Shows Misty Fey, master of the crane technique. Hanging scroll showing Maya's mother, Misty Fey. It's not that old. The crest at the top is the official mark of the master. Or if this temple has some sort of connection to the Fey family. I think it does, actually. Supposedly, it was founded by a branch family, member of the Crane School. Well, they also mentioned that they got that gold statue from a branch family. When they were doing the exhibit on the Crane Village. They got a late arrival of a golden statue with the Shishi something or other, the multi-pronged sword. I'll have to ask Bikini when I get more in more detail when I get the chance about Maya and the Fae family in general. The actual training area must be on the other side of this door. Wonder what it's like. Wait, it's locked. Come on, Nick. You know what you know you want to open it for me. I can't. You've been in a kind of a bad mood lately, haven't you, Nick? Zvari, I know what it is. Iris. Ha! Oh, cute. So, if you look, there is no lock on this door. There is a bar across it. That bar can definitely be lifted. Dusky Bridge. Managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. You feeling all right? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since you met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you, wait up. You think he's yelling at us? Must be. There's no one else around. Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Larry, and he's taken on the pseudonym Loris. Hey, I know you. You're... Oh, sorry, gotta run. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Loris Dunham. Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the butts. Shut up. I'm Loris. I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusky Bridge. So it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he was pretending to be someone else. So what are you doing with the last name Dunham? Well, I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. Clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? The Mask Damask case? After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. That's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Dunham? It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of The Magic Bottle. Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now, too. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see? There's a photo I took of her in secret. Creeper. Oh, that's a beautiful photo. Want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happen to have made extra prints. Taken by her only pupil. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth, you must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Talk about a bad case of denial. He got dumped again. Can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art is only about technical skill, you know. Isn't only about. It's also about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Ouch! Ouch! He waited for him to expose his heart so he could reach in and pull it out. Good times. Huh? Now that you mention it, I wonder. Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. When I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began. I know, right, casemate? That was merciless. It sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Dunham. No, you're wrong. It's not her, it's the other girl. Uh-oh. He's fallen for Iris and is, a marked man, then. Yeah, I know I may not look like it, but I'm an artist. Refuse to look at anything that doesn't have a radiant or beautiful motif. Picky, aren't you? Ooh, yeah, her, my little Iris. Yeah, there's Larry. There's Larry. I was worried he might have changed, but, never mind. Never mind. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. Yeah. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. You always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a second. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. If you're not familiar, every time we encounter Larry, sometimes multiple times each game, he has been dumped and has hooked up with another model, professional in modeling, who is using him in some way. Whether that's like just mooching money off of him or an active detriment to his life until they dump him. This guy will never change. Everyone. Oh, hey, Pearly. Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. All right, can't wait to dig in, Pearly. Going to go to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. Also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. February 7th, 7:46 p.m. in the Hazakura Temple main hall. Main hall. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk. No pain, no gain, I guess. Still worried about you. Well, let's not dilly-dally shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, right? Yes, Sister Bikini. That's the other, is her Iris is her temple name. That is explicitly a pseudonym. After you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. Okay, so at 10, she is supposed to go to the bell, ring it, and then come to the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? I'd love to. Pearls is absolutely smitten with Miss Dunham. So, Larry, what are you going to do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. I totally hear you there. Miss Elise, so, for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. What about this word? I have a dread suspicion that there's going to be something sinister about this author, and that will have a negative impact on Pearls. That's another tough one. It says roast. What kind of book is she reading, anyway? I'm gonna go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll go visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Pearl is very much the... I'm going to periodically visit so I can make everything seem very, very wholesome. Not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. Quarter after 9. 45 minutes before the bell is supposed to ring. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom be just a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright? Ah. Oh, Miss Dunham. Are you going to use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. Thought she said she was going to your room. I know, but she never showed up. I'm going to look for her. Excuse me. It's Elise Dunham. A woman as mysterious as the origin of her last name. But the real mysterious one is. Oh, nah, Sister Iris. Good evening. The real mysterious one is this girl. Is camera working? Poke, poke. Poke, poke. Ah, too bad. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? Give this a little poke here. Ah, boo. I'll have to see what's going on with this camera. I said, again, and we'll probably forget again. It's weird that it stops working, is the thing. Can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Well, she dyed her hair, or she just looks a lot like Dahlia. Your sister Iris, right? Yes. So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So, you never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. I see, but didn't you go to college? Maybe enroll in Ivy University Literature Department? No, I never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I see. But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone, too. That's not exactly something worth bragging about. But I don't see any psych locks. So I guess that means she's not lying. She's not keeping a secret. Don't stare at me like that. What kind of place is this anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. Must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you. Well, I have to admit it's a whole different world up here. Glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people, who does it help anyway? I hate it. Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Ah, something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. Guess it's almost 10 now, huh? Mr. Wright. Yes? If it's all right with you, I would like you to have this. Her hood? But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. Well, that's not ominous at all. Magical hood said to offer protection from evil spirits. Ah, hey, out of nowhere, I'm just going to give you this thing that's supposed to protect you against evil spirits and pray for your safety. Don't worry about it, though. Have a good night. Sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced you to myself. That's... Sister Iris, please tell me the truth. You and I, have we ever met before? Whoa, 5. Iris. It's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again, tomorrow. That's a lot of locks. Gong, gong, gong. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. Zap. Scream. What the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. Matsukura Temple courtyard. That scream, I'm sure it came from around here. Gasp. Someone's hit there, on the ground. Oh, the author is dead. Squish. I just stepped on something soft. You don't step on my tummy like that. What are you doing lying there in the snow? I was passed out. What do you think? So that blood-curdling scream was you? Forget about it. Hurry up and call the police. Is there even a phone here? We still get reception, but we still get reception. Must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it. Why would you not bring your cell phone? Hey there, Sidey. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. Got no choice. You'll have to use the public phone by the dusky bridge. Hurry, run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will... Farther than I thought. It's like at least, what, 20 minutes to get there? It's just ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened, too. How you doing tonight, Sidey? Let's see. We went up to a mountaintop shrine so that Maya could do spiritual training. The thing that convinced Phoenix to actually go along with it was that he saw a picture of the advertisement that had a picture of somebody that looked just like Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman who has shown up in now 2 past cases. Once in the first trial that Maya did and lost. The second time in the trial where Maya's second trial where she defended Phoenix Wright from a murder charge, and Dahlia got convicted. Now Dahlia has appeared again, and seemingly appeared again in this temple. So that drew Phoenix out here. And now somebody be dead. Somebody lit the bridge on fire. What are you doing here? The way they describe it subsequently, Casemate, is that, she did not win an acquittal. That I don't know if in the system they're talking about that would count as not defending properly. But yeah, it wasn't that she actively, that her client got a guilty verdict. It was that he died by suicide in the middle of the court. Using the poison vial that was subsequently a key piece of evidence in Phoenix's murder trial. That was, again, tied to Dahlia. What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry, it's Laurice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck. He did have a, Grapes of Wrath kind of vibe to him, didn't he? he had a sort of, he was very genuine, you know? Like, he really felt. And sadly, the one that he was involved with did not. Listen to me, there's a murder here at Hazakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But please call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way. Yep, 5 years in order to get the chance to ask a question. Which is as much a dire portrayal of the prison system in this world. Yeah, he was on death row, but he didn't get a phone call for 5 years. He had to break out of prison in order to make a single phone call. Like, brutal. Too dangerous, wait. Must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Oh, well, that... It's possible, casemate, but when she actually received the call... Oh, no, you're right. You're right. She did leave a memo behind. I wonder if that... I wonder if that's your case, that's your thought, though, is that she didn't want the content recorded, but she did subsequently leave, essentially, the request written down. Like, she left it behind for the other detectives. Weakened even more by the fire, the rickety old bridge's planks snapped and gave way. As I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me. So, how far across the bridge did he make it? Because they showed Larry, like, reaching down for him on the... Okay, no, it would have been on the close side. So he's falling towards the water. Final terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. Save. Oof, oof. Let's see here. We're going to go at least a little bit longer. I do want to try to cut out a little bit earlier tonight, just a little bit. Ring, ring. Could that be at this time of night? Yeah, I think it was like 20 across, and if he got to the last half, if he got to the last 10 yards, he would have fallen to his death. Because that where the rocks are. Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up. It's an emergency. Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Laurice. Laurice Dunham. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. It'll be the first time, so... I'm not joking. His life is in danger. What happened? Tell me. Guy with the bad luck. He may already be dead. Why aren't you calling emergency? Like, you're dialing a friend. How the equivalent of 911, Larry. Anyway, you've got to come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help. All right, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. Edgeworth had left on, like, it's not clear what Edgeworth left to do, but it seemed like he was going to do some soul searching. Clearly, casemate. Ah, okay. So this is something. This is subsequent. This is Larry calling because he's at the detention center. Beep. It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion as I expected anything, as if I expected anything to change. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. You should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise, and Nick is Maya and Iris's bikini. Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Doonan. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. That's right, you got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other... He couldn't possibly be asking me what I think he is, could he? I'm begging you, the Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. The only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? What do you think I called you? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. You understand what I'm saying. A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Very specifically stops at that particular grade level. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. Oh. Of all of the condemnations of the criminal system in this fictional world, that is one of the worst. The fact that a guy walked in there with a paper badge and just said, "Oh yeah, I'm a defense attorney and my name is this," despite looking looking and acting wildly different and having no other form of credentials than a very obvious fake badge, and they're like, "Sure thing. Go for it." Like every person that they encountered was like, "Oh yeah, this is fine." Oh, see, Arch Messenger on Twitch is rating. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the raid. We are playing some Phoenix Wright, and I guess I can give you the whole spiel a moment here. Top center camera is still not working. Oh man. Anyway, my name is Newt Mechanist. I'm a variety streamer, but I primarily play detective games lately. We try to keep it casual here. These are my cats. There are currently 4 of them visible. One of them is elsewhere. Top right is Sherbet, left center is Sammy, and then bottom center is Sky. If you could see the top center, you would see the fifth one, Ember. Well, the fourth one, Mason, is not visible. But yeah, kitties. Thanks, Messenger. Again, thanks everybody for the raid. We are playing Phoenix Wright. If you aren't familiar, this is effectively the archetypical kind of investigative detective game. There are other ones, of course, but you talk to witnesses, you find evidence, you try to defend somebody in a nightmarish dystopian legal system. All right, let's see here. We are on, I think, the fifth trial of the third game of the Ace Attorney trilogy. This should be the last case of the Ace Attorney trilogy entirely. After this, we'll be moving on to some of the newer ones, though there may be a game in between them. We're trying to find more and more of these. Like I said, we keep it relatively casual here, so if you want to chat, if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. These are largely narrative games, so there's plenty of time to stop and talk. I heard... Yeah, okay. Yep. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris's side of the story. Quick synopsis. They went to a temple, encountered somebody that seemed like somebody from from several prior cases that has a connection to the main character. Then in the middle of the night, someone died. The main character tries to go check on one of his friends, falls into a river, is hospitalized. One of his other friends, this goober here on screen, calls one of the other friends back to the country in order to help them. This is the least convoluted thing that will probably happen. We'll see. Hey, no worries, Arch Messenger. Again, really appreciate the raid. If you need to get food, go for it. Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I haven't encountered it, but I thought there was another Phoenix Wright game, like a kind of a spin-off, that is like the Miles Edgeworth Investigations or something like that. If you aren't aware, bottom center of the screen down there is a composite of Twitch and YouTube chat. So if it seems like I'm talking to somebody that you can't see in chat, it's probably somebody in the other chat. I don't know if I can be of any help, but we'll at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Huh? Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Larice said that he might even die. Fortunately, he'll be fine. Larry, you moron, how could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he's unharmed. Thank goodness. I mean, good for him that he, even though the water is deep, that 40-foot fall, probably at an awkward angle into the high-speed water is just a little bruised up is pretty lucky. But he's got some kind of nasty cold. Well, there we go. A cold. He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. Feels like you sort of softballed his condition there. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. This referring to the last trial, which was in the past, where Edgeworth, in one of his early cases at about the age of 20, actually had her as a witness who was accused of a murder, but it never stuck. Because narrative. So this is Edgeworth potentially remembering her. We'll see. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before. Must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What's that? A place where those that wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. Another interesting tie-in to her past is Hazakura Temple is where the poison vial was left. That was supposed to be the, the promised suicide pact between her and the convict that was part of her plot to steal money. So what is there a further connection there, a deeper connection there? You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple, then? I've committed some sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train, to purify my soul. It's supposed to be that she had some critical change of heart, and they let her do that instead of hard time? I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. All right. I helped clean up after dinner, and then I went back to my room at about 8. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then... I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder? Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? Pop, pop. What in the world? So this is a mechanic that we have a magic stone that was given to us by one of the two mystics that hangs out with us on a regular basis. That lets us see when somebody has a secret that they're concealing. And by using that stone and by interrogating them, it seems to force them to reveal their secret. And it manifests as these, locks and chains when they're seeing it. So this is Edgeworth's first time seeing this. Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. Looks like she's not aware of them herself. Must be what Wright was talking about. The psycho locks. It's supposed to be called Cyclocks. I believe he said I needed to present this Magatama item to do something. Huh? Have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yeah, spiritual training has been the cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Like, what happened to Pearls and Maya? Pearls went missing the night that the murder happened. This is a remarkably somber one for this game, isn't it, Okami? The soundtrack right now. So, we don't know what happened to Pearl. She was going to meet the author, but never showed up at the author's room. The author left looking for her and was subsequently killed. Maya was off at the training area, and we haven't heard anything about Maya. And now she's saying that something about, like, there have been all these tragedies that have been the cause of spiritual training, so did something happen in the training room? Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Running oddity in this series is that people are like, I don't believe in spiritual power, and Edgeworth has been there when Mia has possessed Maya and I think Pearls. And that causes both a mental and behavioral transformation, but also a full physical transformation. Like, the person possessed takes on the physical appearance of the possessor. Like, they'll be wearing the same clothes and whatnot, but their body takes on the look of the other person. So Pearls gains like 3 feet of height and some mass in particular places. Like, a child becomes a very much adult woman. Like, he's been there for that kind of nonsense. He's like, nah, I don't believe in this sort of mumbo jumbo. I understand, most people don't. I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please answer me this simple question. Were you the one that killed Elise Dudum? Excuse me. No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those psycho lock things aren't happening. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying I don't believe in spiritual power. That's about all that you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why do you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. The implication is that this is Dahlia Hawthorne, who was a very intense, kind of a crush, but like a girlfriend of Phoenix's in college. But the plotline was that she was pretty much using him. She needed somebody to hand off essentially a murder weapon to. It was a vial that she carried poison in the form of a necklace. She gave the necklace to Phoenix, saying like, "Oh, it's love at first sight. Here's a gift to commemorate it." And she, she started dating him, and he was really obsessed with her. But ultimately, she was just trying to, she handed the necklace off so that then when the police talked to her, she had nothing on her that could have been the poison conveyance. So they didn't suspect her of the murder that happened via poison. So then she spent time trying to get the murder weapon back from Phoenix, but he was so oblivious to the possibility that she was just trying to get that precious gift back from him, that it went on for a protracted period. And she kept trying to find ways to kill him. She was going to poison him to death, but it ended up botching it and somebody else gets killed. Which she was also going to pin on Phoenix. And before that, she was involved in another, theft, plot, murder set of events. But now she's shown up again. And Phoenix still seems to have feelings regarding her. Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? It's a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him. Wow. So it actually is Dahlia. This is I don't know how she got into the, I'm taking vows as a nun and, serving penance. But apparently she did. I feel like it was the she charmed all of the guards and walked right out story that we came up with. I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. Part of that, a lot of pain, could be that he chewed up and swallowed a glass vial wrapped in, jewelry metal for you. He actually said that he chewed up and swallowed a glass vial for you. That he was probably feeling really bad for a while after that. It may not have been emotion related. Maybe a little from column A, a little from column B. But I suspect severe internal lacerations was a significant contributor to his bad feelings. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me, without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth, once you get out of prison. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. All right, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise. Very well, I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. This is going to be interesting, having Edgeworth on the defense side. Enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. Different music. Edgeworth's investigation music seems pretty cool. So the inner temple where Maya went was on the other side of the now scorched out bridge. Sure is cold, all right. So this is it. Dusky Bridge. Oh, wow. It's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year? Or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch. There's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct. Wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. Edgeworth has only the highest opinion of Gumshoe's capabilities. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. This being the classic one here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was going to be here before me. You guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot? Now, Godot was supposed to have been appointed in a became a prosecutor in this area because Edgeworth suggested him as the best prosecutor in the country. Was that true? I just got back to the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple as simple does, as they say. You've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Sister Bikini. Bikini lady? Here? On this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through? Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross is how it goes, right? What was that leap? And is there something on the other side? Some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there. I heard from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no, her again? Maya is a bad luck magnet. Anyway, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? How did this bridge burn down, anyway? We're almost 100% certain it was lightning. Well, there was that, like, electrical bolt kind of animation across the screen when the screaming was heard. So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him. Yeah, I could have sworn that it was Edgeworth that recommended him. That was the claim. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. He's so good, why is it that I've never heard of him? I'm really confident that it was that Edgeworth said he was the best prosecutor in the country. Was why he showed up and was acting as the prosecutor in these trials. Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. And Godot has an inexplicable grudge against Phoenix Wright. For some reason, Godot has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh? Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. What would be the cause of this grudge? I dunno. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I'd better go look into this Godot myself. telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during snowfall like that, but according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. I see. It's a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, we got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Occasional lightning strikes. 7 to approximately 10:50 p.m. Lightning sometime between 10 and 11. Lightning struck the dusky bridge at 10:45, around 30 minutes passed between the fire starting and going out. Well, that's a lot of details. I feel like I've seen this girl somewhere before. She wasn't from a prior case, was she? Oh, can't be. We did a database search with her fingerprints and came up with nothing. That's weird. I see. Just can't shake this nagging feeling. Well, everybody knows you're quite popular with the ladies, sir. Maybe she's an old girlfriend that you sent to Dumpsville when you were younger. Detective, where did you hear such nonsense from? I didn't hear it from anyone. It's just sort of how I imagine you to be, sir. Do I really inspire that sort of frothing desire from the female masses? Frothing desire? I feel like any sort of physical magnetism you have is probably completely buffered by the concept that you use the terms like frothing desire and female masses. It's probably like a counterbalancing force that at best neutrals it out. He's supposed to be Miss Elise Dunham's apprentice or something. I see. Yeah, he drew a nice portrait of me. That's nice. But he made me pay him 50 cents for it. I'm sorry about that. You don't seem very interested in him, Mr. Edgeworth. I really don't want to talk about him. That's why. Phoenix, Edgeworth, and Larry were in, like, primary to middle school together, I think. There's a lot we don't know about this victim. We don't know her real name, her background. We don't know anything, really. It's rather odd. If she was trying to hide her identity, why would she become an author? It was just one of those things, you know? She probably never expected to get so popular. Main gate. Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? I'm so cold my brain's turning to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a second. Hold it. Objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and what kind of lame excuse is that? You call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth defense attorney just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, edgy. I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet, but it is rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton to Wright, that is. And I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. Yeah, that's kind of her superpower, Larry. ... It was right after all. Should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. He has an unassailable sort of blissful ignorance, doesn't he, Okami? Like, no matter how many times this doesn't work out for him, he approaches the next one as, like, wholeheartedly as all of the prior times. A penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, you know? Know what I mean? Huh? No idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. Didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your chartered jet and get out of my sight, you creep. I hope your plane crashes and you die. Oh. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Man. It's Cyclops for days on this one. Sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. Short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Alright, let's plop down a save. Might as well pop another one right there, just to be sure. Alright, bop him with the Magatama. I love Edgeworth's Take That. That's great. Night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night. You're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? It was a bit too easy. Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing, the world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi. I can't remember which one Naomi was. And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire? Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes? Hey, what are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling the truth. There's still 3 psycho locks from me. I wonder if that's ever going to be not funny. Means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen? Where, you say? What do you mean? What do you mean, what do you mean? Just answer the question. I was in my own room, by the main hall. Where else would I be? As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there. There? What do you mean, there? Impossible for you to have seen the lightning strike from your room. Cliff's in the way.
Take that!
Here's a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple. What am I looking for? I think it should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees, and it's impossible to see the bridge from here. What? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what? Do you feel like talking now? About what? Looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. Gumshoe, bring me my jumper cables. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you? You don't know that I wasn't in my room. So where was Larry, and why was he there? If I've read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed lightning strike Dusky Bridge was... and we found him out here.
Take that!
This is where you were. Well, what do you think, Larry? Oh, not much, I guess. Sorry, but what kind of answer is that? We were just making small talk, right? Like, how are you doing, or something. Larry, look at the expression on my face. Do I look like I was making small talk? To be honest, no, I guess not. Oh well. Because I didn't think carefully enough. Alright, we're gonna bail out of that for now. Still don't have enough information. The snowmobile was used. Suppose this type of thing is necessary up here in the mountains? Say, this gave me a great idea. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. An idea for a brand new invention. Might even make me rich. An invention? Yeah, a car that can travel on snow. I'd call it a snow car. So what do you think, sir? Would you like to go for a ride on something like that? Only after you take the first 1,000 test rides. You can see a small bell tower. Hey, that reminded me. There's something I've always wondered about. Something tells me he's going to tell me what's on his mind, whether I like it or not. We call a person who tells a liar, right? Why don't we call a person who rings a bell a beller? Or a truer for a guy that tells the truth? Oh man, I'm not going to get any sleep tonight. I had no idea he was such a deep thinker. Oh, there's a bit of paper under the stack there. Sister Bikini. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. A handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. Sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. One second, kitty check. The Ember just passed through the play area. You can just see her on the tree cam there. There was also one of the two siblings peeking out from the curtain for a moment. And there she goes. About there. Yeah, that'll do. Kitty cats. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, man. There's some jiggle on those jowls. Like, a lot of her character animation went into that jiggle. This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. Stomach is already growling in protest. What's the latest about my beloved Iris? Oh, man. Serious bikini face. Well, first, I want to hear what you know. Give me that. There are more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. It's that white piece of paper. Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I like how Gumshoe is, accepting orders from him like that. And that Edgeworth is giving those orders. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old manila envelope. Ah. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra-important clue. A super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself, then. Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor, a super-duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. So harsh. First, I'd like to ask you about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? Suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Then why was she back here where Elise died? Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. Starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. He's definitely a magnet for the, for older women. Wendy Old Bag fixated on him pretty hard. I can't recall if there was another character. But Wendy Old Bag, every time she's shown up in proximity of Edgeworth, it's been a trial for him. You get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright, then I'd like for you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. Must have been past 11. No, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. Oh, dang. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back. Stabbing her in the back with a sword. If she could ram that pronged sword through her that far, oof. I mean, it would ensure that she's super duper dead, but that's impressive. It's like the Shishi Shito or something like that. You see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. Be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom. I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked, too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. When I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed, and then I passed out. Unfortunately for her, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. Fortunately for us, her testimony. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know I may look strong, but the truth is I've got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift a bucket. You remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So, you left the disciple all alone. Don't be ridiculous, I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris into the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get more details. So who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. After she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night, she still hadn't started the training session itself. That's good to hear. Oh, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. I don't like the sound of this. You know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister? A cousin. Oh, you mean Pearl? That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with... I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we'd finished with dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was with the victim on the night of the murder. But Elise said that Pearl hadn't been there when she bumped into Phoenix initially. Who was with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. Do you know anything about this old crumpled up letter? Is that addressed to Iris? Yep, it clearly says to Iris on it. I can't believe it. Girl doesn't have any secrets from me. So Sister Bikini doesn't know anything about it. About this here, let me see. As you may know, in order to see reality for what it truly is, we strive to break our attachments to much of the transient, material realm. Guess you call me an immaterial girl. even if we go by the 2001 of the first Phoenix Wright game, that's not a new reference. Like that's a dusty one for when this game would be there. I guess she lives in an immaterial world, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? In case you didn't get the first part, they follow up with the second verse. Or the second bit of the first verse. I don't really know how the song is actually structured, but actually no, it would have been the first part with the first line being the second part and the second part being the first part. Well, that's a demon warding hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection. I see. What are you waiting for? You won't get any protection just by holding it, you know. Put it on already and show us a picture. No, I can't. I was just... It's like it was made just for you, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean by that, detective? Looks absolutely marvelous. You just got to keep it on for a while. Is this some sort of divine retribution? Okay, there is no way that Iris stabbed that sword into Elise there. Like, not a chance. For one, how did the sword get moved? Because that sucker is got to be secure in there. Like, from the look of it, you'd have to tip the whole statue to get that sword out if you were to actually stab it into somebody. Like, you'd have to tip the statue from where we're looking to the right and then slide the person under the blade and let the statue fall back. Or tip the statue and then maybe you could slide the sword out of its grip. Unless behind the fist, like maybe the gripping fist is not actually gripping and there's just like a socket that you pop the handle into. You know, since it's out of sight, it looks like it's holding it, but it's not. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. Looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I gotta be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yeah, you do that, detective. How much has your runny spout leaked over the years? This is Edgeworth potentially realizing how much information Phoenix gets from Gumshoe. The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elise Dunham. I wonder if picture book is one of those things that translated strangely. Because from the sounds of it, the picture books that she wrote were very, like, big, inspiring things. It feels like there's a disjoint in how they're describing what she's making and how it is received. In her entire past up until she won that writing award last year is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age that you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11. Because of the cause of death was the blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a 2-story building. 2-story building? It'd be about the same height as the room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. Just happens to be the room that Elise Dunham was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword? Let me... So what if... Now the question is, how would it get close enough? Because I think they're saying this room. But what if she fell? If the sword was pointing up before. The last time we saw a statue like this was at the exhibition hall, where a statue very much like this one, a lot like this one, was sent to the exhibition hall to be part of the Crane Village exhibition. And the statue was supposedly sent by a channeling dojo, like a branch channeling dojo. And it looked like this, and it had the green sword. Is this the same thing, or does it just look the same? If it's the same thing, that sword was pointing up when it was part of the exhibit. Now, the sword was also taken loose and could be wielded by Maya, which this looks way bigger than that, but this might be a perspective thing again. The skis imply to me that that's not the case, though. Like, that's like person height there. So this seems like a bigger version of that statue. But if it were pointed up, it's plausible that she could fall on it. Anyway. I just love skiing. Really? You don't, seem like the type. Well, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah. They're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-boiled image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth? Is the world starting to go mad? Oh, I'm loving Edgeworth's reaction to all this. Main gate must be just over that stone wall. Ah, the stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all. Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of paucity of words. What's this? Looks like a wizard's staff. That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. It is lacking the amethyst ball. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen. This is just between us, okay, sir? Yes, what? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anybody about it. Alright. The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. Edgeworth's going to blow some blood vessels by the end of this. He's going to bleed out from it. It's going to be spectacular. It's just going to be one full body hemorrhage from this. Pause. Pause. That's it. That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it. The staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. Okay. It's a lantern. Suppose they light up at night. Light it at night. Something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight. Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill? Edgeworth going for the throat. How did you know? Brutal. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon? Look at that. Like, definitely the center and the two side prongs are splattered with blood, so all three of those prongs at least must have gone into the body. This, the third little prong up could be just splash. But, like, that got up in there. Sure is. It's called the Shishishito. By the way, nasty piece of work. Still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood? Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shishishito. Fingerprints? Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figure it doesn't feel really good. Oh, this is amazing. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. Oh, amazing. Now then, detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Let's take a look at the map. I get the feeling that from the look of the sword, unless there's a real scale problem in the way the art is presented, that sword is way too big for somebody to have stabbed somebody else with it. Would have been more plausible if they had propped the sword up and gotten the other person to come running at it than for them to manage to stab somebody with it. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the lights out, ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to the Hazakura temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. Like right there in the picture, the statue is still holding the sword. Now this is, again, the audience can see this. But really, if you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. Inner temple, huh? Like some more information about that place. Trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? Pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. Wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. That is interesting. I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I am actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yeah, he certainly would remember my face even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Would it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Only a little corrupt. Well, you gotta get all cozy, Okami. Sir Edgeworth, I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. Edgeworth is demonstrating how much power over the legal system that he has. He can change the judge. He can define who the prosecutor is going to be. I mean, yeah, he's chief prosecutor, or at least he was until recently. Oh man. Like, you think about that. If he has the power, he can just say, like, oh, Prosecutor Payne will cover that one, and you can be sure that the defendant will win. Because unless, like... the only person that we've seen lose to Winston Payne is Don Tigre, when he was posing as Phoenix Wright, when he was setting out to lose. That's the only time we've seen Winston Payne win. What is this inner temple that Maya was supposed to be training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building they used for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Let's see. Tigray. So how that case worked out. The first twist was that there were two instances of the murder. The one was fake and the other was real. So the one that Victor Kudo saw was the fake one. How it went down was that during the lotto reading, Tiger was meeting with Glenn and thought he was going to get the virus disc because Glenn didn't have any other way to pay. But during the meeting, Glenn wins the lottery. Like, you know, bolt from the blue kind of luck. But in order to ensure that he got the disc, because Tiger needed $1 million to pay back the Super Mafia Don for injuring his daughter, he poisons Glenn. And Glenn dying is what makes Maggie pass out. Then Tiger and... It's Tiger and Violetta then force Mr. Armstrong, the proprietor of the place that owes them money, to hide Maggie, the actual body of Glenn, and the unconscious Maggie in the kitchen. Then Tiger disguises himself as Glenn, and Violetta poses as the waitress. And Violetta makes it very apparent that she adds powder to the coffee cup that she gives to Tiger in disguise, who then fakes his own death so that Kudo can see it in order to change the timing of the crime and the situation of the crime. To make it very clear, the waitress did it, is what Kudo will report. Then they put all the evidence on Maggie, slid her out into the open, restored the body, and booked it. That's how it went down. There was all the, standard Phoenix Wright back and forth to get there. But yeah, that one was kind of fun in that regard. Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. No problem. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. Oh, so I think I might have already told you about this, but truth is, you wanted to become a wizard, right? Hey, that's amazing. How did you know that? So what do you think? I'd make a really great one, don't you think? We just had this conversation a little while ago, Detective. Sword represents the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. For me, Sky is the primary one that will do that, but most of them will not do the little paw kneading thing arbitrarily. Sammy will do a little bit of it, but rarely. Sky will do it if I'm holding him, like I'm holding him up on my shoulder, and I scratch his ears just right. He'll do a little paw flexing, but it's not really the making biscuits kind of kneading. It's always cute when they do that. It is very cute when they do it. It's that sort of, they're so comfy looking when they're doing that it's hard not to kind of feel it yourself. Never heard that one. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life would I have led if I hadn't joined the homicide division? So you think about that kind of thing too, huh? Oh, the Edgeworth gumshoe banter is amazing. Like, Edgeworth has a sharp tongue. Like, razor sharp. Gumshoe's saying, man, what would it have been like if I hadn't become a homicide detective? Edgeworth is like, yeah, what would that have been like? Of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. Guess he doesn't have any plans to leave the force. Tell me of the stabbing. Oh, nope, she didn't care about that. You give her something she doesn't care about, she makes a Madonna joke. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. Guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. It's a little shack down that way called Heavenly Hall. Shack? It's like a rundown doghouse for losers that can't bear the freezing drafts of wind. Kinda reminds me of my apartment, sir. The name Heavenly Hall makes it sound like a palace. Giving a hovel a great name is a crime itself. I'd call it false advertising. By the way, the name of my apartment complex is Compton Castles. That's not such a great name, if you ask me. Well, it's not such a great apartment either, sir. This is the bridge Wright tried to cross. Pretty reckless. Amazed he survived a fall from up here. Yeah, he's one lucky guy, sir. Now I see how he manages to win his cases in court. Blind luck. I think dumb luck suits Wright just a bit better. Okay, we can't check out Heavenly Hall yet. Hey, it's a public phone. You don't see a lot of these anymore. That's true. Since we've got one here, why don't we take a photo as a memento? Memento. Well, sure, why not? Oh, darn it, I don't have a camera with me. Wonder. Camera working? Camera not working. Boo. Oh, at least you get to see some Ember socks. Gonna have to buy a disposable camera. I'll be right back, sir. What's so special about public phones, and why is he so fascinated by them? She is a little sweetheart, Okami. Saying her vocalizations are all trills. Like, she doesn't meow or anything like that. She does purr very quietly. But it's different durations and pitches of her little trill. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. I've already told you everything that I... Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dunham with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. Well, this is significant. See, she is saying she did not go to the Inner Temple. Sister Bikini says she saw her. Sister Bikini, who was supposed to be at the Inner Temple, returned in like handed off. But on her way back, saw the murder happen. It was at the site. So there's all kinds of disparities in what's going on here. Looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. Wonder if I'll find the answers if I look for it, if I can break those psycho locks. First, we're gonna save it so that we don't burn more HP doing this. Goal is to get through the investigation. I was frightened. As I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I have seen it happen over and over again. That's why I've committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the inner temple last night? Yes, I swear, I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your room? Thunderstorm? Yeah, say thunderstorm. Nope. You're wrong. Your eyes are scaring me. We're going to poke this a little bit here. Oh, no, we know what it was supposed to be. The blackmail letter.
Take that! Take that!
There we go. Music stopped. Found this in the main hall. It's addressed to you. That's... Well, Iris? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you, isn't that correct? Huh. She has the same shock response, the buffeted by wind, but it accounts for her different outfit. Oh, that's a good touch. I don't suppose it matters either way. But Mr. Edgeworth, yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank. Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there's one person you didn't want your secret told to.
Take that!
Phoenix Wright. Ah, you mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Like, if this is Dahlia Hawthorne, something happened. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall that the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. Small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on this map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. Reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal would be lurking at Heavenly Hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart. Yes. Looks as though I may have to visit this Heavenly Hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim you have never left your room last night. Yes, that's exactly right. Trial starts tomorrow. I promise you, I will win. Going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. When I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. It's called the Demon Warding Hood. I gave that to Mr. Wright last night. He was wearing this when I saw him at the hospital today. It's an important item for protecting acolytes from evil spirits. If it's so important, then why did you give it to him? Last night I felt something. I felt that something terrible was about to happen. I didn't want Mr. Wright to fall into its grip. Well, he wound up falling into something much deeper and colder. I probably shouldn't say that out loud, though. Thank God for inner monologue. Ooh, question. So, when Phoenix does his inner monologues, characters will often react as if he said the things out loud. And occasionally they will say, I could tell what you were thinking by the look on your face. But sometimes they don't, and it just feels like Phoenix was actually saying it out loud. Will anybody react to Edgeworth's inner monologue? One way or another, it will give us some answers about what people are perceiving about Phoenix. Is that the murder weapon? Yes, it is. Have you ever seen it before? Yes, Mystic Ami was holding it in the courtyard. The statue is of Mystic Ami, the founder of the school. The Edgeworth of now is a more interesting character. Prior to the last few trials with him, where Phoenix has already beaten him a few times, where Edgeworth is progressively kind of having his worldview broken. In the trial where he is implicated because of the chief prosecutor's actions, is where he essentially leaves the country for a while. Like, he goes soul searching. And this is the first time he's been back. But, you know, we've had several other people that have been intermediary prosecutors, and Godot has been a big part of it with him gone. But there were a couple of instances where you could see Edgeworth realizing that he was as much invested in finding out what the actual truth was instead of just winning. Early on, he was I need to have a perfect record, win at all costs. That's the mentality of his mentor, the guy who wore the same outfit that he did when he was young. Big frilly, like, you know, almost like Victorian noble kind of vibe. And you can see that same guy had like an adoptive daughter who had the same mentality, win at all costs. But Phoenix started beating him. And that seems to have steadily changed his perspective. There was even one scenario where Edgeworth could have ended the case, but helped Phoenix drag it out in order to make sure that the right person got convicted. It was only through those delay tactics that it worked, and it was because of Edgeworth. But we're getting to see like the culmination of that, where this is Edgeworth helping as a defense attorney. This is actually what Edgeworth wanted to do as a child. Before an inciting incident that happened as a kid. Big trauma incident as a child. Edgeworth had, right up until that moment, said he was going to grow up to be a great defense attorney. And was primed to do it. But it ended up that, like, Edgeworth left. Like, he moved away. He left the school that they all went to. And the next time Phoenix encountered him, he was a cutthroat prosecutor. Like, considered a child prodigy, victory at all costs prosecutor. And apparently the head nun witnessed the whole sad affair. Yeah, that is way off scale. The sword that statue is holding, look, you can see, like, right beside each other, the statue. She's, like, right in front of it. That sword is as tall, almost as tall as the statue is. The sword she's holding is shorter than she is. That, and it's run through her so far that those extra tines would have gotten completely tangled in every bone in her torso. She doesn't know anything about the magic stick. Okay. To the Heavenly Hall. I see Larry has taken over the Heavenly Hall. Okay, so these are Larry's scribbles. All these hanging things here, except for these, the little paper cuffs here. Those are different, but these flags, the national flags, these are the same flags that Larry, on advice of his girlfriend at the time, hung up around his, can't remember if it was nickel or steel samurai at this time, but children's superhero show themed hot dog stand, which was also essentially on a shore side, so there's a little bit of extra connection there. Oh, not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I can chase one of them to Japan. Next is going to be prison, I guess. Steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shush, be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. Blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you, about what you just said. I got an objection. What the? Edgy, you dirty rat. Gumshoe, you oaf. Sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? What is this little shack, anyway? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. It was a great little place. It's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here. Get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth. Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagined that I would marry such a beautiful girl like that. Something tells me he would be shocked indeed. That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. If we really want to know the answer to that, I'm gonna have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night? Aw, man, don't you have anything else to talk about? Kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Good. Okay, chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. You really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. Something incredible. Pop, pop, pop. Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days? Especially with him. Alright. Walk down and you save.
Take that!
Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night. Oh, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? It's a bit too easy. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. It went white, bridge was on fire. Telling the truth. He couldn't possibly have seen because
Take that!
of the temple map. You were here, you couldn't have seen it from the temple, blah blah blah. Oh no, I wasn't in my room. So where was Larry and why was he here? Must have been at the Heavenly Hall. Would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you've just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. I have to admit I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick. That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call a fair decor. You mean a fair decor? Maybe you were waiting for someone? Oh no. You really are one scary guy, you know. How believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. Send the blackmail note to her?
Take that!
There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry. Told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. You think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? You have some kind of evidence? Got something that proves I was waiting for her here, or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Yeah, the fact that it's all squished up and rumpled is further evidence that Larry was involved.
Take that!
Here's your evidence. You called her to the spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that. You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says, salutation here. It's like he got like a letter form and didn't fully fill it in. Well, that's what it said in that book, Letter Writing for Dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. Ah, I'm so sorry. Oh, he's amazing. So, you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry, don't cut it, you scumbag, threatening a young lady like that. This is actually the scummiest that Larry has acted. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about, that threatening stuff? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burns so hot it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh? Then what is this secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want Old Lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour bittersweet love affair. Oh. Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break. It's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. And why were you so quick to apologize, pal? Because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. You can almost hear Edgeworth. Like, I'm going to start hitting you now, and I don't know when I'm going to stop. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it? That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something. I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy said just a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. He's right. Larry, what? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. This is something incredible you saw last night. You're gonna tell me, Larry, one way or another. Already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't? If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. I like how he's just saying that. Nobody's calling him on it. Nobody else can see those. Only the person holding the Magatama. I'm guessing it like attunes to you when you've held it. Because Phoenix was still able to use it when it was taken from him and left in the kitchen of the restaurant. Well, he was still able to see the locks, and there was no indication that Armstrong had suddenly started seeing that kind of thing. I do believe you saw something last night, something more incredible than lightning. What? When? Where? Why? How? What do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. Ha! Man, it's Cyclops for days in this one. No! What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? Just about had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. Well, it's kind of excellent timing, Okami, because this was the stopping point that we were shooting for. Alrighty. Oh, thank you all for playing with us tonight. I'd hoped to get done a little bit earlier, and technically we did. 1 o'clock is earlier. So, you know, mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. But let's see here. Can I wrangle anything? Checking some buttons, some stuff. Nothing there. All right, folks. Well, I always like to check and see if there's any raid opportunities that I have, but timing is relatively limited. But thanks for watching again, folks. Again, I appreciate everybody coming out to watch with us tonight. Thanks to those folks that wanted to chat. Thanks to those folks that wanted to lurk. And thanks to Arch Messenger and company for the raid tonight. Always appreciate it. We won't be streaming tomorrow. Wednesday is one of the days that we don't stream, but we will be back on Thursday with some Judgment. It's another detective game, but with a whole lot more action. So same sort of like find the clues kind of stuff. So we'll see how that goes. All right, everybody. Thank you again, and I will see you again on Thursday.